worries, mate.
Uh-oh. I was a few seconds late. What is up? Weirdly enough, I think I would have, in a weird way, been on time. Hello? My stream deck is having a heart attack. Give me a sec. Because that's kind of important. That does make basically doing most things a lot easier. So give me a second. Let me see if I can reboot it. This just wasn't switching. But yeah, what's up, folks? So we are back for more tournament AoE for action. That's right. We've got one series today. It looks like one of the teams had to cancel and reschedule. So we are going to have the... Let me double check the names of the team. So I believe there was a reschedule by the Canadians. The Canadians had to reschedule because today didn't work for them. But we will have QGS versus Ting Mao, which was the Chenny stack versus the... Oh, it's Louis stack. Okay, this is sick. It's going to be a China brawl then. Looking forward to this. What's up? What's up? Filter Blood? Yep, this is the $1,000 team tournament, 4v4s. So, what I'm going to do quickly, actually, is let me double check, because I should have Louis added, which means, yeah, we're already in position. He's searching right now, which is intriguing. Double check. I got told we were shifting schedule, so 12 GMT, which, as long as I'm not a moron with time zones, means now. So I'm just double checking, because I am noticing that Louis is searching for a game. So we'll find out what's going to be happening there. But yeah, some really fun games yesterday, actually. If you guys didn't catch the action, be sure to check back in the VODs. We had 2 series, 2 best of 3s between some really talented individuals. We learned just how powerful China and Vietnam are when it comes to team games. They take this crap seriously. It feels like everyone else is going to have to step up, right? Like a lot of the known commodities are already in the lower bracket. So, for example, when you look down here, 3D Clan are already down there. That is, of course, B, Anatan, Denicia, Cat, and Scatterbrained. Then you've got the Turkish boys, which has Sass and Ibi, which are 2 high rankers. They are down there as well. You have the Bohemian Bros, which was the one that I think people expect to do better. They had BLB, but they're meant to have Jigglypuff, or Jigglyturd rather, but he's not there, surprisingly enough. The other one that was down there quite early, I believe, was... Where are they? So I think Ugly Cat Yeah, they got knocked down as well, which is a little bit surprising. That was pretty stacked on the Taiwanese side. A lot of known faces there, right? Knock Knock is the type of player that I think is in top 200. KJJ, top 200. Warspite has been top 200. Baltoon is basically top 10. In fact, Baltoon at the time of recording, I'm pretty sure is like 5th? Okay, 7th now. He's been knocked down a little bit. I wonder if that's ranked decay more than anything. Because he hasn't been active for 5 days. BC was active on this account though, right? So he raised up a bit. Technically, he's in joint 6th, to be fair, folks. 3K Elo for 4v4 in China. I mean, dude, those guys are stacked. They are spooky boys. So, what we're waiting for is that series to get drafting. In fact, let me have a look now on AOE2 CMNet and see if we've got that operational. Because we've only got one series today, the goal is going to be to check out some 1v1s as well. So, we'll be checking on the ladder. One second. What is 13 GMT? Alright, we may be an hour early because I got given the wrong time. 1 second. I love team tournaments for this very reason. Scheduling is fun, XD. If it is that we have still got about an hour, don't worry. What we'll do is we'll open up with some 1v1s from the ladder. I think there's plenty going on right now. So I know that Anno's been active. Dimu has been back on the grind, right? Corvinus, I think, has been playing free-for-alls. But Core, what's this? Core is back at it? 22nd in the world? All right, confirmation in. The games did get pushed back an hour. I'm a little bit annoyed by that, considering literally about 30 minutes ago they were due to start now. But what we can do is turn into some courage. So we've got Core queuing, we've got Louis queuing. Let's have a look at our options here. Do you guys want to watch 4v4 pubs, or do you want to watch 1v1 pubs until we're ready? When is Siege Rework dropping? Whenever Season 9 sporadically drops from the sky. So I'd assume towards the end of this month, maybe in the final week. I haven't got an exact date or time in mind. I don't think that's something that's been made public anywhere, to my knowledge. I think we'll do 1v1s, because the problem is, like, I think team tournaments are pretty cool, but team ladder... It sucks more than a porn star up for actress of the year. You know, like it's pretty bad. So let's go ahead and have a look at maybe Core's game. Jono Sakur. I mean, it sucks that bad. Like I don't think I'm exaggerating. Like for anyone who's tried to watch Team Ladder, it's not great. There's just something about the match. Like I almost want to say that Elo shouldn't reset at the end of a season in team. Or 1v1 should weigh against team. Did I go too far with that metaphor? I don't know. I don't think so. If you play randoms, I mean, dude, even if you play even if you go into like a stacked squad and then you queue, you're probably going to queue into like people unbeknownst, right? You don't guarantee that you get another 4-man, which is already like a bias skew that's a problem. It's just not very good. So yeah, I don't rate Team Ladder at all. You know what Marine says about how ladder's pointless, right, on 1v1s? It's definitely true on team, if you're trying to be competitive. Like, if you made with friends, it's okay for you. It's just, like, probably not going to be okay for the other team. Like I said, that's the balance skew. That's the issue, right? But we're going to check in on this game between Core and Jono Secure. Let me update. At 13 GMT. As the time got slightly altered. So, wait, it hasn't added a link to a person called 13 GMT, has it? I don't know why anyone would call themselves that. No, we're good. Right, so, Fandappy Dozy. Apologies for that, folks. I literally went live and then got the message. So we will have the team games. They are going to be in 50 minutes. In the meantime, I thought it'd be cool to check out some Core versus Jono Secure. Jono Sakur is ranked 62nd in the world. Core is ranked 22nd. So this is pretty high up. Very talented players. Jono Sakur, I mean, I see this guy on the ladder a lot. I've just never seen him in pro play. So I don't know if he's just a pub stomper and just doesn't bother with professional play at all. Or he's just under a different name. Or maybe he's just going out too early and I'm never getting to see him in tournaments. But I know one thing that's going to be fun. Yep. Team trim off and time blocker. I think that's everything. So overall, not too stress-inducing. I should really just set up a team like overlay, like, you know, basically have two separates, but maybe one of these days, we'll see. Okay, but that in mind, I'll switch over. I know there's going to be a logo that appears. I'm going to have to unload the logo as well. Yarp. Let me default that. Well, I can't afford therapy because that's not in the NHS and I'm a poor man. All right, let's get ready to get underway. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? Is it the core of the earth or the core himself? He's returned. That's right. He's back. One and all. Welcome back to the Age of Empires for Action. A rare sight emerging here. We don't get to see him too often these days. But Core is back on the ladder. Ranked 22nd in the world right now. He's going to man himself with the Chinese. On the other side of this is jono Sakur, who is going to be playing in the pink as the Abbasids. And this guy is ranked 62nd in the world. So this is a very high-ranking match between these two. I thought this would be a cool matchup to check in on because, you know, Core, I feel like he's been super active recently. You know, real life, other games, whatever it may be. I know he's still trying to get to Platinum in Valorant. So that takes a lot of his time. But I'm curious, like, how up-to-date he is on the Abbasid play. Because the Abbasids are kind of bonkers right now. The more and more we're seeing of them, obviously we're seeing a lot of them now in the team formats where they are absolutely broken. Even in the 1v1s, really, really strong Civ right now. I'd say solid A tier Civ in the Abbasids. The eco wing is the real driving factor. In a meta where most Civs can't just blindly say, okay, let's go 2TC without repercussion, this is the Civ that somehow gets away with it every single time. On the other side, China used to always go for these 2TC metas with Song Dynasty, but I think they've been leaning more into fast castle builds recently, and I'm wondering if that's the way to go, because you can't really TC race Abbasids, in my opinion. The problem you have is that you end up making your TCs work faster, but you end up spending more by doing so, right? And you're going to have to go Song, which is going to be an extra 600 resources, and then you're going to have to build a TC, right? So you're talking about 600 plus 750. Well, guess what, folks? With a ridiculous 35% discount, that means that the Abbasids can get 2 TCs extra and the fresh foodstuffs and still spend less than you would as China. That's insane, right? And that's the problem with turning it into a TC race if you're China. You simply can't because you'll always be outgunned. Because free TC will outperform Song 2 TC, but the crazier part is you'll end up spending 400 food a minute on villagers. Meanwhile, on the Abbasid side, they'll spend under 300 food while getting more villages. So yeah, kind of a tough one. I agree with the Imperial Academy. I think like this right now, this landmark is like top 3 feudal landmark still. The Imperial Academy is really that good. It accelerates you and amplifies your economy and gives you options at a point in the game where China has historically been weak. That's no longer really the case. Like, I've seen a lot of games where China looks really strong in the feudal, whether it's early, mid, or late, because of the power of the economy you get from this particular building. It's also just the access to the taxmen in a very fluid way. Whereas, you know, the old school way, if you went Barbican first, you'd have to wait much longer to get into the academy. And then before the patches, you have to pay full price anyway, or you'd have to skip it entirely. So, Eco Wing on the other side. We've got to check the map spawn here, because we are on Lepony, funnily enough. You wouldn't believe it when the cliffs are that tiny. But I'm checking the spawn. I think you could see a TC drop here that would make a lot of sense next to the Golden Stone. And then you shove in the deer, right? And then you trip TC on the back if it's needed. But you only really need to do free TC if your opponent goes for 2 TC. That's the thing I don't like about Eco Wing, I guess. You maybe sometimes it can look memey when both players can just keep TCing. But in this matchup, it gets really weird when you just have this delayed response even from the Abbasis that eclipses what the other player does when it comes to eco. And we might be seeing that out of court because the Barbican is on the way. A good Barbican, mind you. Double berries and a deer. This is a delicious position for core. The only annoying part, right, is when you play China, you can't supervise the TC, so you have to drop the TC a little bit further away and then mills anyway. But now that this is going to get scouted, in fact, it looks like it already has been, I'm imagining we're going to be seeing free TC. First one is already getting set up. We are live from the ladder, by the way. Usually I would speed up the first few minutes of play, in particular in a Abbasid Chinese game. But the ups and downs of live. And the TC is exactly where we expected it here, right? So touches the gold, touches the stone, allows you to switch between the two and gather. You've got the mining camp, sure, but when new villages come out, when you want to go maybe like, say, 12 villages on gold, this will make you more efficient. And I imagine we should be having the scout coming home soon and then shoving in this deer. In fact, if jono sakur wants to go the extra mile, he can shove in the first deer and then move over the second because they're both quite close together. Stone gathering underway. Yeah, chorus. Oh, God. So, context, guys. We are waiting for the team tournament to kick off, which is going to start in 40 minutes. Draft will probably take like 5 minutes, 10 max. So, out of all the games I could have clicked on, this one may prove to be the riskiest because I know that Core likes to play a bit more greedy. He likes to play a bit more of a macro game. And it is China versus Abbasids. So I hope we have enough time to watch this whole thing. I'm sure it'll be fine. Yeah, it's fine. All right. Curious, though. Like, let me know in the chat and let me know on the YouTube comments later. We're 6 minutes in. Do you think that the spawn, the matchup, the players is going to favor the Abbasids, press 1, or the Chinese, press 2? I think Core's a very talented player, right? Like, he's proven that time and time again. He doesn't put as many hours in as most of the people in the top 30, and he still manages to maintain that type of spot. However, jono sakur started to surprise me around Sultan's Ascent. He kind of came out of nowhere with, I think it was Byzantines in the very early days, and then he started to play like some Juji as well. And he was pretty damn impressive to witness. It was quite funny as well. Only limited number of games on Joan, despite the fact he's got the name jono sakur. So one's coming in. People can't help but back the year of the camel. I mean, it really is feeling like 2025 is actually going to be the year of the camel, right? Like, it might be the year where the Abbasids are the strongest they've ever been. There is still other civs that are a bigger issue that are more powerful, right? But those civs are more likely to get nerfed in the coming weeks and months. Things like, for example, Byzantines, HRE, and so on and so forth. I am starting to wonder, though, with the most recent patches we've had, Byzantines not really getting nerfed, HRE not really getting nerfed. It almost feels like the devs are avoiding nerfing civs and are more interested in now actively buffing. And I'm okay with that, right? There is an issue, which we'll discuss in a moment, that can come from that. But the really big benefit you get from buffing civs instead of nerfing them is most people... Oh my god, it's 40. Most people do this on Abbasis. But yeah, most people main a civ. And they're likely to never change that civ. In fact, they come to the game to play that particular civ. They love that civ. This is true in all kinds of different genres, right? There are people who play Apex Legends and only ever play one hero. There are people who play Dota 2 or League of Legends and they only ever play one hero. There are people that play Europa Universalis 4 for 2,000 hours and they only ever play France, right? So whenever you nerf these individual entities, you could be hurting your player base. Whereas when you buff the weaker, you actually just keep more people in the game and possibly bring more back, right? Like, if you had a bunch of French mains who have been feeling disenfranchised for like a year, they come back, right? So overall, I'm okay with this approach. It does have a negative down the line. There is a tax that has to be paid over time. And that tax, not like the Chinese, it isn't a good one. It's power creep. Power creep is a really big problem when you amplify oh my god, dude, this I am so sorry in advance for the people who just realized this is an hour-long recording. Because this is like, now you kind of want to stay because it's a really interesting discussion, I hope. But the whole point is that, you know, power creep can be a problem and you will eventually reach a point where you have to reset the field. You have to find something to do. And it might be artificial inflation of numbers or whatever to kind of appease the state of play. But I'm still always going to be a bigger fan of enabling that power creep over time versus crippling civs. Because one will keep players around. The others will drive them out. And for examples of like how you get to that eventual power creep reset, like look no further than, for example, World of Warcraft, right? When the level inflation got kind of ridiculous and then they just smashed the levels back down, right? These are the type of examples that you have where there is an inevitable reset that's going to occur. But the fact it went that big in the first place isn't necessarily a negative. It kept the players around in the first place. In team game, people go 4TC start H3 by 9:30. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Is Baltoon crapping on our Ambassador player for having to build a Camel Archer? Excuse me. Also, that's not true, Baltoon. In team games right now, you spam camels. I'm curious to see how this is going to work out for you. Baltoon, for those that don't know, is teaming up with a bunch of Taiwanese players. They did lose their Series 2-1 in the upper bracket, but they're still live in the lower bracket. But we did cast some camel spamming yesterday from both Ibids and Abbasids, right? And both of them seem to play a very long feudal age. And in fairness, they did win. 4-5 TC into Camel Rider? Oh, I agree. I actually think Camel Riders is underrated. 100%. Like, especially if you're playing like Mass Cav versus Mass Cav. But the Camel Archer spam still looks pretty bloody strong. Power creep in EU4 is very real. Every now and then, we just broadly nerf sometimes. Yeah, some things. Yeah. Well, like, the beautiful thing about EU4, maybe it's not beautiful, because it complicates it more, but it doesn't seem to hurt the numbers, is EU4 kind of reaches a point of, oh, we've got power creep. Introduce a new mechanic. And the weird part is, although they're making the game more complicated in some cases, it doesn't seem to drive people away. Mate, you know what? I'm kind of curious about that as well. I've been thinking about it. When Europa Universalis 5 comes out, I think I want to stream it some. Like, who would want to watch that? I'm curious how many people in AoE are aware or intrigued by Europa. I know Kazi Johan's going to want it straight away, dude. He's tapping his vein already. For those that have not seen Europa Universalis, it's the Paradox Interactive Studio, so the people that make games like Hearts of Iron and whatnot. They are very talented at what they do in creating grand strategy games. A lot of people are probably familiar most with Crusader Kings. But Crusader Kings is, I'd say, a fairly different game to the other ones. I think the others are really grand strategy, whereas Crusader Kings is almost like a D&D experience of grand strategy. It's very unique. So Camel Archer spam is underway. We have got Knights coming. His core did rush up into H3. And now it is being mirrored and is giving the Camel Riders great start to the age now for jono sakur. That gives him the blocker to these initial Lancers. The Lancer spam is getting fat though, right? We should be having Supervision coming out, but it seems like core has stopped. Did he even begin, actually? That's kind of curious to me, right? He's got 1, 2, 3. Is he missing his 4th? Core? No, his 4th is out here, right? Yeah, I guess it's a little bit tricky. His eco does feel a little bit split because he's going double food. So yeah, kind of a missed opportunity here to be supervising those initial Lancers. It means that the Camels should be able to just win out here. And we have got supervision of Monks coming, right? Yeah, okay, that's fine. So this is a pretty atypical play. You build the first Lancers and then you follow up with the Monks. The thing that makes this giga ridiculous is the fact that you're producing Monks every 12 seconds. That is absolutely bonkers. It's what has made this fast castle Chinese build feel so good. It's really effective to go fast castle build when you're against civs that don't play the map. But before we got to that point, we had to have the meme-storiness of the village account. Like, guys, we're going to be 40 minutes in the game, and between them both, they're going to have over 200 villages. I do think jono sakur needs to start moving, though. Like, he's kind of dropped the ball here. He was slow to start pumping and slow to move out into the map. Right? Like, you've got 4 TC, your opponent went 3 TC, maybe he didn't scout that detail, but it's why Core is ahead of him. And instead of him being the one coming to Core, Core is the one pressing his economy. Lancers also just targeting the villagers, kind of ambitious there. The textiles makes it a little bit harder. Not a good trade there. 2 Lancers dying for a single villager kill. Now it's going to be a shuffle forward. Crossbows are being prepped by Core. I mean, this is where I would like to just see Camel Riders. And yeah, jono sakur is actively pumping them. This is sick. Core has misread the state of the game. This is good against the Golems, and maybe that kind of baited him, but the Camel Rider detail is actually a bigger problem. So Core is going back to fix that now. It is going to be Spears. Wow, actually, the more I think about it, Abbasid's is really annoying for this comp, right? Because you see Camel Riders and you pivot Spears, but Golems can't Spears, right? So the Crossbow Battalion is still needed, but I think the Micro is probably a lot harder for Core in these fights. The Nesta Beast can be an X factor, usually, but against this particular Civ, their ability to build seeds in the field, it's a lot more difficult. And we haven't even seen the true busted camel form, guys. Like, you say camels are busted, we haven't got camel handling yet. When we get to that stage is when we can start to rip our hair out. Interesting thing here, though. He did kind of pause on production, right? Stopped at 5 in total. There's no way Jean is just going for age 4, right? Right, that would be crazy. Nah, he's got no gold income. Or rather, practically no gold income, right? He's only got 1 relic, second one being grabbed. So, considering Core went for that really fine-tuned timing to rush out the monks, it's actually quite impressive that jono sakur was able to get into 2 relics. Sacred Site should be a pretty lackluster objective to aim for as well. It's at least good gold cap for Core on the north side, but this third one being so far away, I wouldn't expect this to be the way the game's decided. Nesta Bees are going to be revealed early. It looks like the Rams shuffled forward. Yeah, funnily enough, Nesta Bees will deal with Rams quite well, guys. Immediately Pink says, that wasn't the best of ideas. Wazar up. Now, who does this favor in the hyper late game? My instincts say Abbasids. Because Chinese, they've got the granary comp, right? So you can get free loads of 10%. Let's say you supervise, but like you usually don't supervise when you got 3 of them. You're on average going to have like a 30% food increase, right? But the cool thing about the Abbasids is they do have that extra from the Golden Age with the 20% gathering, and then they have the agriculture tech for the extra 15%, and then improved processing for the 8%. Like, ain't no economy like an Abbasid economy in the late game, right? So the only worry is obviously Pink is going to have to set up some sort of trade, but the good news for that is check the trade post locations. This is highly desirable. So if this game does drag an hour, 2 hours, oh god, I'm going to favor Abbasids in that situation. Based on the caliber of players, right, you give an edge to Core because he has proven himself a high-ranked player more consistently. But in terms of the Civ choices, I think Abbasids do quite well from an economical standpoint and a unit perspective, right? Camels in the late game are incredibly population efficient. 270 health already, and this is a Castle Age unit, right? You're talking like close to 400 health. Camel Arch is up to, I think it's 240. And those units will only ever take 1 pop. Meanwhile, you know, Pascal can get quite chunky, but they have the limitations. Crossbows aren't going to scale. Hand cannoneers nowhere near as tanky. Damage output, of course, is going to be higher for those units. But overall, then even in things like Golems, I would still say like Abbasids feel a lot better there, right? The double strike is incredible. The only negative here is if you don't wall them out, that's where China can really ruin your day. Some cheeky walling here. Not going to be able to stop it. It's going to be pulled back. But this is key, right? Like, if you know that you're going into a macro game against the Chinese guys, you need to be stonewalling. Because if you don't stonewall, you're just going to lose to Power Scout spam. It is one of the most tilting things in the game. And what is up, Hymenator? Thank you very much for the resub, my friend. Welcome back to Swarm. Dude, this is a really slow game, actually. Village gets deleted, granaries being set up. This is a really nice area for it as well. He can delete the mining camp to follow up with the second granary stack. And then the third can go here. Some players like to do a line formation. Some like to do kind of a triangle formation. I haven't tested which one returns more, but my instincts say the triangle formation. So you not necessarily having them all right next to each other, but having a small gap and then like having another here and like maybe another here. But that's kind of assumptual, right? I haven't ran the numbers. I'm sure I've got a Chinese nerd somewhere in chat that has sat down and done them that thoroughly. It might also be that Core's doing what I call the Voldemar build, which is just 1 granary surrounded by farms. Just slather that baby in farms. And the way that this works, guys, is like, you'd be wondering, okay, why wouldn't you want extra granaries? The way you justify it is that if you bring an Imperial official to supervise, you're getting free granaries, right? Because 1 granary gives 10%, another 2 will give an extra 20%, and this guy gives 20% more in drop-off, right? So it balances out. techs on the way for both sides. Looks like Great Wall Gatehouse is coming in. This game is not going to end in time. Trade wing on the other side. This is going to be glorious for jono sakur. They've got most of the map to cover here. Obviously, it's not maximum distance, but you don't really need it with trade wing. It's that good of a choice. And by going for it in this age, remember, he's going to get 5 traders for free straight away. Nice little rebate there, right? Like that saves you 400 resources. It's interesting actually to not see Culture Wing used. That's kind of rare, I feel like. Most players usually go Culture Wing for Imperial, but considering the game is playing slow and they blow their economy so much, that's why he doesn't care. If this had been like your atypical 2TC type build, Culture Wing makes a lot of sense for him. But because he's at this point where he's already got maximum economy, there's no reason to go for Culture Wing. When you build farms, each villager went to an individual farm to build it. Sure, I get you, but like you could argue that's a level of micro you can add in, right? Like it is feasible. It would be horrible to do, but you know what it is, guys? It's the skill expression. It's that extra level of micro we've been alluding to. You remember how with Shal and Monks, they're broken if you micro them all? Boom. March north side. Keeps have already been dropped though. Core is going to try to break in. He should have edge here because of supervision tech. He's able to get all these upgrades ahead of jono sakur. You can already see those pips. A lot of these units are lacking, but that's about to be fixed. Courtesy of that Bassett Golden Age buff research speed, he's already reaching up with a lot of these. So we'll have his own elite army to match. Nestabes are revealed, so we've got 3 of them camping in the tree line. Hand cannoneers are now being prepped. And you know, I mentioned like Abbasis will feel really good in the late game for their economy. Military units are pop efficient, but the one thing that can kill you is this. Hand cannoneers with pyrotechnics is incredibly scary. So jono sakur is going to need to prep an appropriate answer. I don't think you can do camel archers, right? Even camel riders would feel a bit sticky. Initial clash is going to come in. Should be able to hold. We have got to wrap around a few horsemen and camel riders riding around the back looking for the nest of bees. Looks like the crossbows are already being reached. Step is not going to work there as the crossbows get tracked. So nest of bees hit their target and now will be hit in return. Nice backstab there. The cav gets in. It's only a small force though, so we'll only be able to take down a single one of these 3 knobs. So he's going to try to snipe a second. Does move in with the Spearman and the Ghoulims. And that's kind of the cool thing here, right, with Abbasid, is the Ghoulims are incredible at taking out Siege as well due to the double strike. So it looks like he's going to do enough damage to reset this. Core, however, has traded out armies and now has a premium army following this up. Damn. I mean, if... This is the rough thing, right? Like, if you can get to this late game economy we talked about, I do like Abbasid still. I'll stand my ground on that. Maybe I'll die on that hill. Maybe I'm silly about it. But the camel mass is going to take a lot of time. The hand cannoneer mass does not. You can supervise. You have military academy already. We need to get Golden Age free here as Abbasis if we want to compete, right? Because that extra 20% speed will allow you to start pumping out the camels. Now, admittedly, like hand cannoneers and camels take the same time to produce. And one can be very pop efficient, but like the other will just win one-on-one, right? Like if a camel archer rides in against a hand cannoneer is going to destroy you. He'll shoot you twice before you get in range, and then he'll just finish you off. So on top of that, the other issues, like the hand cannoneers are already giga ridiculous because they have the pyrotechnics and they get chemistry by default. So they're already at 42 damage. So really what jono sakur needs, and we're seeing it coming through now, he needs to get all these unitechs in. Once they're there, their army can begin to compete. But before that point, they should not be looking to fight. In fact, Core should be looking to attack him now. Looks like we have got some shenanigans. A Chinese villager, a sole Chinese villager, has made his way all right way around the back. So there will be some outposts creeping in on that gold and those farms. What's the farm count at for Jun? 45. So looking pretty good. They did get the agriculture tech. They got improved processing. So their economy should be booming up to its maximum possibility soon. Meanwhile, war shenanigans underway. Ping, fully understanding what's coming. And funnily enough, Core respecting that goes both ways. And I think Core is getting ready to make his move. This is big. Imperial Palace will give him the potential to kite against these camels, against these Ghoulims, anything. Wow, I love how people are so happy that we've got an Abbasid Chinese matchup. This match will go ages. Oh, wait, no, so that sounded really upset. Oh, wow. This match will go ages. There we go. We found the happiness. That's something I forgot to mention, actually. Camel support, right? That's actually another really big deal in these fights. So if the goal is to play, what, Ghoulems? I think you could probably just go Ghoulam Horseman, weirdly enough, and then gradually switch Hand Cannoneer. But the cool thing about gradually switching Hand Cannoneer is although you don't have Pyrotechnics, you have two things as the Abacids. You'll have the +2 armor, only a small amount of damage reduction, but it's still a bit. And then you'll also have the extra health from Boot Camp. That's the big difference maker. Asgard. I'm starting to move in here. These obnoxious outposts. God damn. We have got the army positioning. Culverins have been prepped, so no Nesta Beast play, but Core has a lot of hand cannoneers, folks. Oh my god, and they're so fast. Oh, this Civ in the late game. Well, the good news for Pink is it's going to take a long time for him to break through this palisade. Okay, guys, hear me out. Hear me out. Hand cannoneer, Chinese hand cannoneers are busted, but just build Pyrotechnics X3 Culverins. I mean, it's kind of true, right? Like the Culverins can be the solution. You just need to build more palisade balls first. He's doing a good job of sniping out a few of these units with bombards and Culverins. Springles are going to now move in range here. The breakthrough's coming in. Pink might be in a pickle. Asgard frontlining. 210 HP. No elite army tactics coming through yet for Core, but that doesn't matter. It's all about this backline. Looking to shred, looking to kill. Siege already removed from the field. One Culverin trying to run away. Barely gets out alive. And Pink, this is the problem. He wasn't prepped for this. No stone walls in the center to slow things down. And now the Chinese can plow through. We were worried about Core for like that late game Abbasid economy with 40 traders and all the food they could ever need. But he didn't care. He had a clearer and cleaner time in mind, and that time is now. 40 hand cannoneers break through, and the follow-up Palace Guard is what he's going to need to flood onto that back economy. This could very quickly be game. Key drop now also coming in. That's the only sacred site he needs, remember. The other two are already in his dominion. Not just that, the hand cannon is shifted across to the gold. Jono secure. It's not just about this gold, folks. It's about the trade at the back, which Core is going to be all too aware of. He's just going to take his time to kill off all the villagers first. Meanwhile, his army continues to win. And we have officially entered desperation mode. Jono secure is trickling horsemen. He's trickling archers. I don't know why we're getting spearmen as well. At this point, maybe your one hope would be Age of Siege, right? Get Mangoes, get Springles or Culverins and just clear. But I think it's too late for that. And even if you could get to Mangoes, this movement speed in the hand cannoneers makes it so difficult to hit your mark. Well played, Mr. Gore. What a wild game. So what was that? Was it 14 minutes? I'm going to have to double check. It's 14 or 15 minutes we had 200 pop between them into villages. 3 TC versus 4. I think maybe Jono Secor needed to go for a 50 TC, which is kind of wild, but like when you see China doing 3, right, it kind of makes sense. Tech timing maybe could have been a bit clearer. I also think Jono Secor needed to be quicker across the map. Those initial lances distracted him way too long, got Core to this comfortable position in this game, and now the outcome's undeniable. He did go for the staggered formation we talked about. There we go. Confirmed that just before the end. Because I think this game is over. Pink just struggling to trickle out troops here. Like, building archers into hand cannoneers is a nightmare. Sacred Site win condition has now been activated. Yeah, I'm wondering actually, I like the hand cannoneers gonna be that hard done by the changes coming in Season 9 for China. I don't think so. I think they're still gonna be one of the best in the game. This unit really is the S-tier performer for China. We usually talk about Palace Guard floods as being broken because they just run through and end the game by killing economy. But if you have the raw economy to afford 40 hand cannoneers this quick, there's not many situations where a Civ is going to be ready for you, right? Yours are just better. Benefits of not only the Unitech, but also not needing to worry about the initial trades due to the range. I'm glad that the gunpowder tech is going away in its current form. Because I think it is a bit too strong for this type of timing. Like, you don't always get this clean of a transition into mass hand cannoneers. But when you do, it does tend to make this Civ look a little insane. Relic yoink down away to end the game. GG gets called. Core may not be able to play that many games these days, but when he does, he comes in swinging. Haha, you guys were worried we weren't going to be done in time. Oh, you. Oh, dear. So, we've got about 20 minutes until the team tournament games. Let me mark that one up. Dude, I'm getting bit by flies. A rare core win. That's right. Do we need to... Hold on a sec. I know what core wants. I know what people come here for. He knows. There we go. There we go. We got it for him. Big golf claps. The legend himself has got the reset. Yesterday I was making the community happy. A lot of crackedy mold. Wait, what happened? What did I miss? What have I missed here? Also, what happened to your guys' presence in the team tournament? I was looking forward to Team Germany. Hey, thank you, Fatblop. Appreciate the gifted sub, buddy. Check his history. Oh, no. What have you done? What have you done? Do I even want to see this? Oh, by the way, guys, update also on the tournament games for today. So I'm not sure exactly what is happening tomorrow for the team tournament games, because I'm double checking, because I thought it was lower bracket because someone updated the Wikipedia wrong. But I got confirmation in from Clearman that the lower bracket games are played at the discretion of the teams. But I believe there's more games scheduled tomorrow. But what I did get confirmation of is that there will be games. Yeah, so tomorrow will be 3D Clan versus Turkey. So that's Sassy team versus B, Anatan, all those guys. But tomorrow I am going to be spending some time with my kids. So I won't cast that live, but we will cast that on Thursday. Okay? So, keep an eye out for that. I imagine there'll be another 1 or 2 low bracket games to watch as well. Sorry, it's just like I take one day off a week, right? And that was the planned day. And then I know on Friday there is going to be Japan versus Taiwan. So Baltoon's team will be playing against DQC's team. DQC's team. So we'll be able to catch that. We were your kids? Ha 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 ha. No. You are. You're like, you know what you guys are? You're like my Nike sweatshop kids. Because you pay me. So go ahead and subscribe to the channel. Right? How dare I take a day off? So yeah, like we, so I will, oh my god, Core, Jesus Christ. So like I won't be able to stream tomorrow because, like I said, so it's actually a bundled day of like, I'm also going to get other things out of the way. You know how like there was a few weeks where on Fridays I was ending the stream early to go climbing? Not going to have to worry about that now because what we'll do is like tomorrow I'm going to go spend some time with me babies around me mums. And then later in the day, I'm going to go and do my bouldering for the week to get my workout. And I'll do some behind the scenes things. So I'm stacking everything in one day so you guys can have me on the other days. I spoil you, really. Jesus, hold on a sec. We don't want to spoil the outcome of this, though. We want to have a look at the molding. 1 second. Okay, what we got here?
Come on! Hit! Hit! And he's stunned forever. He's stunned for eternity. And he's stunned for fucking eternity. He's stunned for fucking ever. Why?
All right.
Why is this?
Oh, you guys can't see him, can you? Yeah. Okay, so I'm really at this point not sure what I'm more concerned for. I don't know if we should focus more on getting Crackedy a counselor to speak to, or getting him like a audio expert to fix his mic peaking. Yeah, it's kind of 50-50.
Time!
Wait, what?
The third time! The third time in a row on Socotra, man. Why? 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 Why do I get Socotra every time? Why? I swear to God, man. It's a bad joke. It's a bad fucking
Meanwhile,
joke,
I
man.
love Socotra.
This is so bad.
Me and Crackedy
Why
do
do
not
I
agree
get
on everything.
Socotra 3 times? 3 times in a row. 3.
Just pick Roost, you noob. Oh, dude, I love Crackedy. Yo, by the way, I'm gonna give him credit. Crackedy should try. Crackedy should try eye contacts.
Third
Right?
time.
He's a good-looking lad. He should try some eye contacts, right? I just realized that, like, when he ripped the glass, I was like, damn, Crackedy looks really different when he hasn't got his, like, librarian glasses on. He looks really different, right? Look at this handsome lad. Okay, so I've weighed up Tech. I'm not really sure where I stand now, because I promised myself if I had like a really good year, a decent amount of lands, like I'd do it. But I'm worried because I've been hearing more and more stories about people who like their eyes are in pain. So like one really vocal person on it, I don't know if you guys ever heard of this guy before. This is Dan Bull. He made a really big following off of making rap songs about games, right? So he does it for all kinds of things. I remember, like, one of my favorites that he's done is like Dishonored, and I remember like one of the people I follow was talking about like laser eye surgery and how it's great for them, and he went into them because he was like, I don't like that people just say it's okay. There are a lot of cases where like people are in pain for the rest of their life because like the reason they're in pain, guys, is what you have to keep in mind about laser tech is you're essentially lasering off like a layer of your eye, right? Not the most scientific explanation, but like you are basically it's lasering off like part of it, like to bring how to describe it. It's basically about bringing through like fresh cells. Sounds like the wrong thing. I'm sure someone can explain this a bit better. But what that causes, what I'm getting to, is it's essentially going to dry your eyes out a bit more. So if you already have quite dry eyes, doing this is going to probably lead to a lot of pain. Because if your eyes ever get really dry, and I'm sure we've all been there, they start to hurt. And this does that. But like, did he actually do an Age of Empires song? I didn't know about that. Oh, damn. No, that's Civilization. No, he didn't do it. Oh, wait. No. Oh, you asked if he did do one. No, he didn't. No, but like, I really liked, he had, oopsie. He had a Dishonored rap. I really like that one. I think the one that'll be comedial for a lot of people. So one that's really sick is, yeah, this is sick, but also comedial. He done like a collab of iDubbbz for Battlefield versus Infinite Warfare. This, by the way, if I remember correctly, was an officially sponsored video by Battlefield 1. EA had a great budget choice on that one because it is very, very entertaining. I don't know if I can play it without getting DMCA'd is the only issue.
Battlefield 1.
I don't know if it'll get... I'll probably get pulled down. I don't think I can, right? Because the other issue is it's also the din, 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 din. I forget the name of the song. So, like, if I play it, I'm probably going to get DMC... Like, I'm probably going to get demonetized on the video on YouTube. So, go check it out yourself. You'll see what I mean. Like, the guy had some bangers. He's a really talented guy. But... yeah, he was the one that, like, when I saw his comments on it, I really woke up to it and looked into it. Like, you know, yes, a lot of people are fine. They don't suffer from the laser eye surgery, but it's not a guaranteed golden solution or anything, is what I'm getting at. Which some people think it is, right? For some people think it's just a resolution without problems. So, we'll probably quickly hop into a game to watch some action unfold while we wait to get to the draft for the team tournament series of the day. Let me have a look who we've got online. Who the hell was this? This has to be Corvinus, right? It's a Corvinus. The way I said that, it's all like, it's a Mario mode. It's a quarter finesse. So, I'm kind of curious. All surgery have complications? Yes, but the fair point that he made that, like, gets slept on is that laser eye surgery's complications never get talked about. Have you guys never noticed that when it comes to, like, laser tech? You don't hear through marketing, well, not marketing, obviously everyone would, like, say that you're going to have a bad time, but you very rarely hear these stories, but when you dig into it, there are a fair amount that have this problem, right? And it comes down to, like, for example, the procedure may work for most people, but the checks beforehand aren't good. And what I mean by that is dude, these people are like, these people might have very dry eyes already in their life, right? But there's no checks being done, is the way that I've been led to understand it when I've looked into it. At least with a lot of these services, they don't do thorough checks on the conditions of the patient before they do it. Laser eye surgery, in a lot of cases, is treated less like a surgery and more like, I mean, it's kind of a walk-in procedure, but also you can't walk out because you're, like, blinded, right? Like, temporarily. So, like, it's not treated in the same way if you went in and had, like, a liver transplant, right? Or, like, you had to go in and have, like, an operation on your ligaments or something like that. So, yeah, it's a bit weird from that perspective. All right. We've got enough time for this, I think. They make sign of terms and conditions before the procedure. Yeah, but, like, I think the consultancy thing usually runs through the recovery arc. It doesn't run through the problems per se, if that makes sense. And that's, like, that's a failure on the process, right? Like, that is a failure on the process. Because they don't want to tell you about it, right? Like, these services don't want to tell you about the bad. They'll put it in there so that legally covered. But a lot of these, at least definitely the ones that people can afford, maybe the more premium ones are more honest about it. But the cheaper ones just want you in and out. They want the money. So they'll have a TNCs that covers them, but, like, one's in chat if you read the TNCs you sign. Be honest. Some people might be like, well, medical I will, but, like, most people do not read through TNCs. It's so many pages, people just sign crap. All the time. Like, how many of you read through the TNCs for this game? Like, free if you read through all the TNCs for this game when you signed up. Or did you just say yes and go in? Because, like, you do realize that Microsoft could have put something in there about having ownership of your livers and you wouldn't even know. Right? Like, obviously, they're not going to do that. Well, now that I say it that way, because we think they're not going to do it. All right, we're going to start this recording because we're getting in a really dark discussion about TNCs and how people don't read them. Like, legit, Microsoft's TNCs could have ownership rights to your retinals and your rectum, for all you know. A lot of you, when you signed up for this game, did not read through the TNCs, be honest. Now, whether it would hold up in court is debatable, but, like, more tame things, for example, the rights to all your works, for example, could be in there. And you might not be okay with that. But most people don't read TNCs. I mean, clearly Crackedy didn't read the TNCs of playing AoE4 because in those TNCs, it clearly says you must Q Socotra every bloody time, which I know he absolutely loves this map, folks. That's why he picked Shuji, Broken Sieve. What the hell is this? Look at this. He can't get it up. Oh, no. Oh, Crackedy is unable to erect that fine monument, and that's going to be a problem. That would have been a jackpot, guys. He would have got his hands on, what, 12? So that would have been 72 food there, 25 gold, and probably about 25 wood. Poor Crackedy having some performance issues as he runs into core here. Not technical performance issues, just execution issues, as once again, core with the English short bows. Oh my god. I heard rumors of the toxicity of this man on the ladder, and we are witnessing it right here, right now. The villager pull. Crackedy knows he just needs to get this landmark up. He's going to go for the gap close, isn't he? Yep, he tries to get in striking range, but the villager is able to shuffle by. And this is terrible for Crackedy. Right now, he's idling double the villagers and also losing some in the process. Caught. A bit of a miss micro there as he gets in range. However, he is now aged up. And Crackedy is not. What is this game? Okay, so my understanding is Crackedy is not a fan of Socotra. I think he's one of the people that calls it Socotra, if I'm not mistaken. Or maybe it's just he doesn't like queuing into core. I will bluntly say, I freaking love Socotra. There are a few things I would change around it, and I think the main one is the boar, because the boar is RNG. The boar is 100% RNG. But the rest I'm fine with. You know, actually, I think the other thing that might improve maps like Socotra and Ranked Pool is if there was a ban. Now, some people are going to be like, whoa, what are you on about, KP? Make it a conk plus thing. Maybe that complicates the experience because it's polarizing going from diamond to conk. But because I've talked before about you don't want to punish one trickers. They just want to play the game they want to play it. But I think maybe there's a cutoff point where it kind of makes sense. I don't know if it would be cool or not to have almost like a drafting matchmaking queue, right? As an alternative. You get where I'm coming from? So like for anyone who's played like Dota 2, they have this where there was a rank queue where it was like ranked and then there was captain's mode. Maybe that's the better way to go, and then maps like Socotra will feel less annoying for poor souls like Crackedy. I don't know if that's like an issue because it will divide the player base. That's the only problem, right? It's like, I think it's a good idea if we have the numbers, but if there's not enough people playing AoE4, it becomes a negative because you increase queue times. I think that's at least better than... Oh, wait. Oh, he got the horseman. He got him. Palings? Who does this? You know, the funniest part is the palings aren't even on the villagers, right? It's like, I think you could have right in there, but with one horseman, you're not going to do anything. But yeah, to the original point of like, I think it would be cool to have almost like a drafting mode that anyone can access because for whatever reason, players just don't seem to be very good at like organizing scrims a lot of the time, right? There's only a few players that really actively do scrimming. And that might help with like the gatekeeping issue of getting from being like a pub stomp player into a pro level player. But the issue, I guess, is just numbers, right? Like we already have a weird matchmaking system where Dumu can queue for 10 minutes and end up against a gold, right? Like that's not good for either party there. Dumu doesn't want to have to crush the soul of a gold and make them potentially rage quit the game. And the gold, I'm pretty sure, doesn't want to queue into Dumu for the one game he can do in his lunch break. That's called skill-based matchmaking. No, it's not. Like, guys, I'm going to put someone out there that's going to be that oof, but true. It's a bad sign when Call of Duty has better skill-based matchmaking than Age of Empires 4. You want, like, right now, you're lifting your finger and be like, but now you're thinking about it a little bit longer. And, like, if you play both games, like, yeah, actually, kind of. And that's weird because actually Call of Duty's matchmaking system is very dodgy. For those that don't know, Call of Duty has like this very weird format where like all the lobbies will feel sweaty and then you'll get a lobby that will feel easy. So like deep twinfoil hat on here because we're really diving into the Netherrealm. Basically, the theory on that one is that I think there was a patent to support this is Activision has a system that monitors your behavior. When will you log off after too many losses? And the whole idea is it will give you sweaty lobby, sweaty lobby, sweaty lobby, sweaty lobby, and you'll reach your threshold where you'd rage quit, like you do a Crackedy, like it's against Nest of Bees. And it goes, whoa, Crackedy, there's no Nest of Bees this game. Look, they've only built 2 spears in a wall. And then Crackedy's like, oh, okay, that's not too bad. And he plays again. It sounds really manipulative, but like the crazy part, and I'm really gonna like burst the bubble for people, is it sounds believable to me because a lot of systems have been integrating this over the last few years. You guys know that like YouTube intentionally shows you the right amount of ads for you to be okay with. Okay, I feel like I'm giving away too much in one video here. I'm gonna chill now. We can explore that one in another one because there is a lot of interesting like psychoanalytical behavior tools. Anyway, we have got Crackedy striking back. However, it's English. They're doing one thing. White Tower on the way. Cool. How is Crackedy going to feel about this, right? Like, he's only halfway to his own tech up. He went Horseman, Palace Guard. The Palace Guard will scale really well, but he needs to rush Age 3 now. Even if he does, he can't dive the base now because this is so stubbornly condensed. 3 landmarks on one screen for Core. This landmark still just feels so toxic. I'm kind of the point where I just feel like every defensive landmark feels like an oof. Is that like polarizing of an opinion? I think Barbican's not too bad because we moved beyond that because Crackedy stopped dropping them in enemy bases. But like White Tower's really good. Berkshire, obviously Wingard is better, but Berkshire can be really obnoxious. Most defensive landmarks are really just quite frustrating to deal with. I think it comes back to the idea of like repairing them with wood is a little bit too strong. But making them cost stone would also feel way too punishing, considering landmark victories are a thing. It's a tricky issue to resolve, I think. It's like the devs are kind of stuck in a limbo of just trying to make sure that the defensive landmark isn't too good, right? I think this one is, in particular, an outlier to others. Sure, you can win against the White Tower Rush build, whether it's 1 TC or 2. But the effort it takes, and I think this also just goes to the wider tools of the English. It's not just about the White Tower. It's about things like Network of Castles that makes this such a frustrating experience. Crackedy has reached up to age 3, so we should be getting Palace Guard upgraded soon. We'll do mini speed ups here because we have got a tournament game to get to in a second. Callie's coming out. Oh, no, guys. If he molded about the one horseman, if he molded about a single horseman, what happens? Okay, he's fine. It's a knight instead. The knight actually saves him for the biggest mold of his day. However, the galley is still lurking, folks, and when the villagers, if the villagers come back, it would be trouble. It looks like Crackedy does want to shift, though, considering he has already been revealed, so we'll dodge death there. We, however, do have multiple knights being spammed out here, and no spearmen yet from Crackedy. That also got slowed down the potential for it because of that Lancer forcing the migration of his food. Galley does reveal itself, so now at least Crackedy knows that's going to be a problem. Relics are starting to be picked up. I think it's only one on the way home, but oh no. This map is so small. And he doesn't want to wall it. I mean, it's tough, it's expensive to do, but it might have been necessary here. The Knights are forcing a grand migration. What was that, 30 villagers running for their life? Some of them will no longer have a life. The Taxman is even going to die here. Even with the villagers. There's not enough room to protect all. Oh man, this is bad right now. This is just wave number 1, right? More Knights are coming, and you know, yes, it's not 2 TC from Core, but there's no counter dive because he went White Tower. Like, you can't kill him. Oh, even if you went in with the Palace Guard, right? Just a handful of them, it's not going to be good enough, and they're so expensive at this stage. The Horsemen definitely can't dive it. This is what's so obnoxious about the English. Like, English are what, top 3 on this map, I want to say? Was it Roos, English, Marlians? I think are probably the best civs to utilize on this map. You know, pocketed strats can make things like Delians usually effective, but in the overarching grand scheme of things, those seem to be the kings. Oy, oy, oy. Well, now we're starting to figure out how Core is making his way up towards top 20 in the world. Meanwhile, Crackedy may be leaving top 10 in the world at this rate. Because this doesn't feel like it's going to end well for him. 5 villagers behind already. The relic split is 1-1. Core is not skipping a beat here. Crackedy, I mean, there's no walls, right? He has at least got an outpost, but no hand cannon slits either. He's trying to sneak under gold on the east side, but that's not going to be protected against Knights. Another relic gets yoinked away. So it looks like it's going to be a 2-2 split. Not ideal for the guy who built the Shalom Monastery. And because there's so little food on this map in the grand scheme of things, monk spam, I don't think is that feasible. In fact, you don't want to monk spam anyway. You're up against mass Knights. Speaking of which, they're back again. Good body block. And the wall follow-up is nice there, but the chase is on, guys. There's nowhere to hide. Oh, the second wave hasn't even come in yet. If Core was microing that in, this would easily be 4 or 5 extra villagers going down. But you know what? Core is an honorable lad, folks. He's like, no, no, no. My goal isn't to beat Crackedy. It's to destroy his soul. Second group, activate. Oh, God. I can sense the rage quit coming already. I mean, he doesn't have much of a defensive force, right? Like, The knights can just outmaneuver you here. You've only got 3 knights of your own to contest, and your opponent already has 7. He's going Xiangnan Tower, so feels like he needs to make that transition into what? Probably 2 TC? Maybe it's about the farm, so it feels too early for that. And now the dive comes in. In the meantime, a knight rides back in to get another pick. And the white tower, this obnoxious landmark, is just ruining him. Oh, poor crackedy. Well, calming moment here, but like, if you have to go 2 TC, do you not just die? He's trying to get the crossbows ready, but my issue now is crackedy doesn't actually have a front line. His front line is going to be villages against mass knights. God, core is so obnoxious. Stone gathering on the front side as well, which means he knows what you're doing here. You can look to punish it. And considering you don't really have any lances anymore, yeah, picks the last one down and then just kites away. Now, if Core shows us his highest APM, and it happens to be more than 69, he can actually do a lot of damage here with 10 knights. You can split them into 3 groups and just cycle different areas of the base. It's very high APM, but very high reward as well. Why do we have a demo? A smart idea, Core. Unfortunately, there are no gold gatherers here for you to yoink. He's like, okay, I'll go on my merry way then. I'll check somewhere else. Second TC now about to be constructed by crackedy. Wait. What if he... Hear me out. What if he just got scouted doing this? Wait. What? Did he just rage quit? All right. That is... Hold a sec. Let me double... I'm going to double check this. But I'm pretty sure that's a core W. Hold on. Yep, that's a core W. Oh, no. Oh, crackedy. Core, you got to stop, man. You're going to make him install Age of Mythology and leave us forever. Oh, dear. Poor guy. All right, so... number 1 German player is Zerton. Right? Oh, don't think Core liked that answer. Zerton left. Oh, that's true. Wait, is he... Oh, yeah, because he started playing Age of Myth. I didn't know if he was going to seriously commit to it, though. And crackedy is still higher ranked than you, though. He has got that. Okay, so we need this and this. I think that should be everything. Tournament logo needs to be added back. But I think we should be off to the races. Oh, yeah, let me bring down the trim. Toggle the score on. And let me update the title because we're ready to go. I think we've got like about 3 or 4 minutes of catch up, but that's fine. Okay. Double check teams on the right sides. And yeah, I basically gave them the color scheme. So hopefully this is a little bit clearer for you guys, the way that we split this now. So that you can discern the teams. All right, you ready? Welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action, folks. The competitive AoE 4 action. We've got a $1,000 tournament here. The Fields of Blood, hosted by the wonderful Clearman of the Vietnamese community, and featuring a bunch of prominent names across the globe. But for today, what I have for you is a Chinese hoedown. That is right. Liu Tao, a full Chinese stack, versus basically Team Elephant Boys. This is CSO, Louis, and a few others. The official name is Ting Mao Ged. I don't know what that means because I'm an ignorant English pig. But a pretty stacked team nonetheless. 3 of these 4 names are known quantities. Scarlet Devil, a guy who's regularly in the top 100. We've just been in the fast forward to get live here. We're going to slow things down a little bit now. We've got CSO, who we all know and have come to love, and Louis MT, of course, the absolute king of China right now. I wouldn't write off the West Side team, though, folks. These guys have actually impressed me. We watched Ling Tao yesterday, and they were a force to be reckoned with. So what I'm going to do, actually, I'm going to set up predictions for you guys. We'll have who will win left or right. 2 minutes to predict. So yeah, Ling Tao are a really organized squad. But this time around, like, I wouldn't discredit the 1v1 known players. We've got Louis, we've got CSO. These guys actually play together. They scrim together regularly. I'm expecting them to be playing together for the 2v2 tournament upcoming soon as well. So definitely someone that's on my radar. Scarlet Devil, I don't know if he's been playing their stacks regularly, but I do know that Louis and CSO tend to have more 4v4 games than most competitive 1v1 players in the game. Right? They're Baltoon levels of commitment. So this should be a fun one nonetheless. We have got double French. I love this strategy. We talked the other day about how good this is, especially with Japan as well. Like, overall, you've actually got double aggro and double greed in a really cool way. You're going to have triple Cav Civ and then 1 playing for relics. On the other side, we have got a mirroring in ways, but the English might be the outlier. I'm still not convinced of English in these formats. I think it needs a little bit too much time against what the East Side team has drafted. But on the flip side, Liu Tao did get the Abbasids, and this Civ is absurd in team games. A lot of the teams in this $1,000 tournament have in fact been banning it with the only ban. They rate it that highly. For good reason, right? Like, you just get this eco wing, you play free TC, it feels the freest thing in the world, and then you follow up with Camel Archer spam. Camels which will make you compete and age behind even when everyone else is rushing age free. So I wonder if they're going to try to hone in on that. CSO is already circling alongside... Wait, is he on his own? Yeah, Scarlet Devil's just gone north side. He's going all in aggro here. So HRE on HRE feudal. Okay, this is cool. Like, there's actually some really cool dynamics here. On the south side as well, because we have got a Yuumi strategy up against the English. Okay, this game is already feeling like it's going to deliver. I thought this was going to be a fast castle race from both the HRE players, but instead, it is going to be a prolonged feudal engagement. And Yuumi versus Longbow is pretty cool here. Early game, Longbows will annihilate you, but if you're able to scale the Yuumi count, you can run and gun, right? So Liu Tao's QF should never be able to come out. Yellow should have to stay in his base, because the issue is the difference in movement speed. 1.12 versus 1.38. HRE are known to dunk on English in the prolonged feudal because you just kind of mass archers and go, right? This is a little bit like that, because similar to those guys, you have got essentially marching drills for your archers. English picks are ignorant. They don't stay high. They're too busy maximizing their APM into building a TC. Don't judge us. Night fight coming in. Nice pincher there from Dakin. Reinforcements on the way from Louis. Backstab might be able to save him just in the nick of time. And we'll be able to pick 1 or 2 of these knights by the looks of it. Final strike should be there. Nice switch over last second. So on-point micro from Louis. Really important to get these early kills for CSO. He's playing a very dangerous game. A lot of players wouldn't risk playing Joan this far forward, rather, against Cav Civs. But it's a smart read. And if you guys ever find yourself in a team game where you have got French and Joan, this is the way you should be playing Joan. If you're outnumbered by Cav Civs, don't play aggressive. But if you have cavalry advantage, get up in their face. Double reason, right? Like, they can't snipe you if you have the number advantage, and because it's Cav on Cav, if you get any kills, they're worth so much. Oh, north side. The Rams are starting to dent the base a little bit, but E-Repairs is slowing things down. Do we have any fast castler here? Yeah, the Abbasids, which is kind of weird. I guess he was the only one who could. Like, that's the weird thing about this. Typically, Abbasids, when we've been seeing them, they play a longer fuel age and mass camel archers, so they feel really good. But if you think about the state of everyone else's bases, right? Zhon's been pinned in. She's also not going to benefit from a castle rush. The English are being harassed by the Japanese, so they can't fast castle. And the HRE player is locked into an HRE feudal mirror. So really, there's only one player for purple that could rush an age up. Meanwhile, for the east side team, Yuyi looks to be the one. I think he's done spamming Yumi now, so happy and content with the amount of lombos he forced. It's now going to be a transition, likely going to be seeing him go into knights, but I also like the idea of just continuing to spam archers with a Yorishiro drop, and then dropping, after dropping the Yorishiro in the archery range, just dropping a stables to gradually build a few knights. And no, this is free TC, folks. You're playing Eco when you're definitely going free TC on a team game. There's really no way someone can punish you quick enough. Yumi engagement coming out. Ooh, that's interesting, actually. QF didn't get the extra damage, he only got the undermesh. But with the Yumi Bannerman there, it means Yuyi can actually contest him. Interesting as well, because he didn't go for the undermesh either. Flowing Gate is now going to be on the way for green, though. And it is a forward-facing one, so I'm starting to wonder if it is going to be on the archer ranges after all. A little bit surprised by that placement, but I guess it's because he's done with the berries. Mostly. North side. Looks like we're going deeper. Scarlet Devil is shuffling to a new base here. Oh, this is sick. It's actually a Camel Rider strat coming out from PBB, but taking out these stables early is a huge deal. Remember, it takes a very long time to produce out of these. So pretty much what you're doing is you're eliminating the potential of the Castle Age player, and that's important because they did go double cav. Heavy cav at that. And they might be adding in a third soon. So even though this build is a bit weird from PvP, it wholly makes sense for the fact that he could potentially counter 3 of the 4 enemy players. Pressure coming in though, and I'm surprised by this. They dive onto the primary TC. Oh my god. Teal needs to come and help. The problem is he's only got mass archers, and because CSO just showed up with the knights, you can't afford to dive there. You just die to it. Now, the good news for Purple is he does have 2 more TCs. The bad news is those have substantially less health than this one. And if they're able to get through the primary this quickly, what does that say for the rest of your base? Villagers have to run for their life, but there's no quick place to run to here. Even with the wheelbarrow, it doesn't feel fast enough. More knights arriving as well as Louis joins in the party. The Camel Riders are trying to contest against this, but the quantity is not that high. Finally, the HRE does arrive, so Teal has to come in to defend, but now the Rams have already found their way to the secondary TCs. Jono, in the meantime, is going to get sniped. Dakin now turning up. Everybody is in the base of Purple. Oh my god. Another TC goes down. Villagers being massacred. Archer's still being protected. The Camel Riders need to come in fast here. The Rams, they've just got 1 more TC they need to get through. Love this with the Archers as well. Just focus fire on the Camel Riders, the thing that could actually counter out these French Knights, which have jumped on top of the HRE Archers. This game is crazy. And this is only game 1. Rams are already in. Villagers have been pulled, but guys, there's no stopping this. I mean, that one Ram is kind of making it harder. But outside that, this is going to be all TC's dead for Purple. In a game where he's going to be locked on 50 villagers with Eco-Wing. Oh my god. Dude, Scarlet Devil is a beast. I'm just flat out going to say it. What a unique way to play HRE in a team format. He pretty much pressured onto Teal until Teal gave up. And the moment that Teal gave up trying to contest him, he buggers off to another base, almost like he's playing a Night Sith. And it makes sense, right? Like HRE 1.38 movement speed, you can do this. Meanwhile, south side, Yuyi isn't playing for the upgraded Yumi yet. It is just going to be the Mountain Samurai. They're being queued up now. Yellow is on his own, locked into the age, though. He's trying to stockpile now for the White Tower. And guys, this has to be a White Tower. If they go for a King's Palace, they are dead to this push from the Japanese. Oh my god, though, Purple. He needs so much time to reboom the TCs now. And Yellow makes the right call. White Tower now on the way on the gold. Yeah, it looks like Blue actually got raided quite a bit and still is in this area. Funnily enough, though, he came looking for Blue's economy. Louis is going to find the fragments of PBBs. Several more villages going down, and the game is getting ugly fast for Liu Tao. Dive also coming in. The White Tower is going to go up. However, the positioning of this, it protects your gold, it protects part of your farms. I guess the outpost count is too high. I wonder if Yuyi just goes ahead and builds some Rams to take this out. Like, try and 5 Ram spam. It also... Okay, hear me out. You don't even bother with QF. you bypass him and kill the other 3 players. Because here's the thing. Camel Rider Spam is going to play aggressive. HRE Marching Drills aggressive. French Knights aggressive. English, you can just build longbows and men-at-arms. This is another reason why I've said I'm not like the biggest fan rather of English in team games. English in team games feels like you're a solo player who came to play teams. Do you get what I mean? Like, you've got all these dynamic forces, they're moving around the map, they're assisting each other, and then there's this. Hi, I'm England, right? Like, you just kind of stay there. If the fight doesn't revolve around you, you're never in it. Aye. Double Royal Institute now coming. All players going up to age 3 on the east side team. This almost feels like too much. PBB, somehow, by some miracle, still getting some Camel Riders out, but he's now down to 26 eco. And all forces are converging on his location. There's no way he's going to be able to hold this. In the meantime, dives are coming in. HRE is also hemorrhaging villages. And the Ram Shuffle begins anew. Scarlet Devil may have aged up, but he hasn't forgotten his roots here. These Yumi, man, they are great at massacring the Camel Riders. With this extra movement speed, they're easily able to gap close. Several more camels going down. PBB's ability to resist, quickly shriveling up. Joan must be close. Yeah, okay. 140 XP, you could get that on this next dive. Need to be a little bit careful with the Archer Mass, but considering that Lao Tang is stuck in age 2, he has no answer to these men-at-arms that are now diving his base. And look at what they've done, exactly what we talked about. England doesn't matter. We don't know how to fight across the globe. We gave up and ran back to an island. We've been chilling here for years. And you really need to run around the globe on this map. With the knights from all these civs, it's impossible to maintain pace. Impossible to maintain existence. Lao Tang now down to 33. All of them about to be reduced to pre-30 villager count at 70 minutes in the game. The only one who's going to survive it, at least for now, is going to be Yellow. Looks like Yellow is finally starting to arrive, but it's a trickle of troops, right? It's not a crazy army to impress. Yeah, Scarlet Devil was on point in this game, man. This guy is spooky. I mean, we've seen him in the top 100 multiple seasons, right? We've seen the talent this player has. And we especially are getting to witness it in team settings. Torches out again. They're not done. They want another primary TC here. Scarlet Devil, could he take out 2 players home TC? That's kind of crazy with Rams. It's getting more and more feasible here. E-Repairs is still on cooldown. CSO and Scarlet do have enough torch power, so it's going to be another town center down. And folks, these take ages to repair. Looks like Purple finally got his back up. But he's down to 27 villages. Lao Tang is down to 9! Exactly what this German is going to be screaming right now. This is done, man. Like, if you're missing a player to this extreme, how do you recover? You can try to be as positive as you want, but it just doesn't feel possible in this circumstance. 125 eco to double that. Got to give it to him, man. East side team turned up and impressed. I hope West Side's able to get it together. You know how I feel, guys. I always want a full Flourish series. No 2-0, please. Give me the 3 games. But this first one has been absolute annihilation by Louis, CSO, Scarlet Devil, and Yugi. Let me know what you think about this, guys. I mean, we're used to seeing HRE booming because all the Westerns like to go for that fast castle build, but the Eastern teams, they seem fixated on this all-in feudal, and I gotta say, I'm bloody impressed. Wow, what a first game. That was crazy. So, what do we call that one? I'm trying to think now. Oh, I need to quickly name these. So, the Abbasid one, we said it was going to be... Cool. I mean, this is... Yeah, it was going to be... Villages. Show both bases, TCs. 200 villages pre 14 minutes is ridiculous. There we go. And then let me load. So are we ready for the next game? No, they're getting ready for that one now. So give me a sec, guys. What I'll do on screen is I'll put the draft up because I think that's now currently underway. Let's have a look here. AV2CM. Okay, so oopsie, wrong thing. Surge. No one watches Twitter. Pepperheads. We've got. Wait, wasn't this the last draft? That should be the last draft, right? Yeah. Okay, so next up is either Rocky River up. Dude, Bolt. I want to see Baltic in a 4v4. Am I a psychopath for that? Like, am I crazy, or does that actually sound kind of cool? Be honest with me, chat. That sounds kind of cool, right? All right. 200 demos? Good lord. Like, it's crazy to me because imagine the chaos factor of having to manage that, right? Okay, I'm going to go even crazier on it. Imagine the situation of, like, imagine if you nitpick certain qualities, particular civs that could do things better. For example, right, and this would require crazy coordination, but French and Joan get sprinkled chips cheaper. Right? And, like, Ottomans could go demo ships because they could build their trade landmark and get the extra gold. So, like, there is... I don't know if I don't think we've ever seen anyone try it. And it would be very hard to coordinate. But in theory... And I think the reason why we haven't seen it, by the way, is, like, if one player takes some land damage, it ruins the dynamic. But in theory, you know, having this optimal pick around, like, their roles on water. For example, this unit, like, this civ gets access to this unit, this one gets access to this unit, right? Like, this civ is better at pumping demos. Like, Juji will be better at Juji and China will be the best at pumping demos, right? They should be anyway, mathematically. And then having, like, French and Joan that get their war cogs for, I believe it's 45 food less? Or was it 35? It actually might be 35 food less. I always get the number fumbled between the two. It's either 45 or 35 less. So, it'd be nice if it had the cost. Am I blind? Well, no, because this is the full cost, right? Is it 85? No, it's 75, right? I think it's 75 food. I'll have to double check when we get in. But I'm pretty sure it's 75 food. So, like, that saving adds up quite a lot. Especially when you're playing, like, French and your economy is inflating on land anyway. Like, it just gets better and better, right? Joan is a little bit more on this map, but the idea isn't bad. And we're waiting for them to make the lobby now. Because the whole concept around, like, doing Joan is you now have a unit to just go raid on land, right? A single unit that will run in and do some damage. So, I actually don't mind that. Who are the Leo guys, though? They are a bunch of Chinese players. So if you put exclamation mark bracket, you'll get the tournament page up and you can have a look. While you're looking at things, guys, you know what else you should look at? That just popped up there. Protein Works. They are back with us for another month. That is insane. 4th month in a row, right? I want to make it 5. I'm going to be looking to talk to them later this week. If you guys have been on the fence about trying Protein Works, let me know what you were looking at, and I've probably sampled it. I've tried a lot of different things that they've sent me. Today, I've got this glorious bugger. This is another one of my Banana Smooth Sundays. I highly rate these ones. I love these ones. So if you guys were thinking about taking advantage of that, do it now. Because if we get at least 10 sales, what I'm going to do is I'm going to commit an extra $200 into prize pool funding for the upcoming show matches and tournaments we're going to be organizing. So, and I'm willing to make that a recurring promise to you guys. And it might even be more. Like, if we sell really well, they're going to come back and go, hey, we want to sponsor you for more. And then I can be like, great, that means I can put even more money into tournaments, which is what I want to do. So cheers to Protein Works for coming back again. They also, by the way, if you're looking to start your day, these ones are great throughout the day for the meal replacement. If you're starting your day with an empty stomach, check out their breakfast range. They have a banana one there as well. I believe it's banana cake. Love it. The vanilla crema is pretty good too. Crunchy ice. I always add ice to these. I love them nice and ice cold. But I think they're still setting up the lobby. So just bear with me a sec. I'm going to double check if there's been any update. I don't think so. So we've probably got another minute or two. What I'll do is I'll run a minute of ads now so you guys don't have to worry about them in-game because I like to be a thoughtful sod. So let me click that now. Or just subscribe and then you don't have to worry. Yeah, was anyone surprised by what I was saying earlier about YouTube and how it tracks your ad behavior on what you're going to watch? Like, I'm not even capping. It's a real thing. So, like, I don't know if I should be telling you this. Because, like, if you do watch a lot of ads and you're okay with it, just do it because it actually does give you money. It improves the ad revenue gen. But YouTube keeps a profile on all viewers. Like, if you're signed in, it knows your viewing behavior. If you have cookies, it knows your viewing behavior. If you don't think it'll improve it. It'll actually sometimes make it worse. But yeah. Emma's right. Like Emma's amount of ads she gets is ridiculous because Freya just like doesn't let us know that she's got an ad a lot of the time. It's like YouTube has gathered data to understand at what point you'll click off the platform. And what it does is it shows you the right amount of ads to keep you engaged in the video. So they're like, oh, is this something that they normally watch? If it's something out of your purview, they're going to be a little bit more lenient with ads. They won't put them as much. If it's someone you're willing to watch, they'll test how far you'll go before you click off. It's very smart, actually. Because what they're doing is like they're realizing that keeping you on the platform is worth more than driving you away, right? So this was like an iteration. So you might remember when people used to call it like the YouTube ad apocalypse, right? That used to be a thing. That meta was like the early iteration where YouTube didn't have these profiles on users. Now, people don't really complain about the ad apocalypse as much. And some people are going to say it's because of ad blocks. Sure, for some. But for the majority, it's because YouTube doesn't ram a million ads down your throat unless it already knows you're willing to watch a million ads. In fairness as well, if people got time for ads and they want to support the content creator, you might as well because, like, guys, that legit actually does help the content creator. Something I've been exploring with some of my influencers, I'm looking to do it now with some of the deals, is I've noticed recently there's actually a really smart way to do sponsored integrations, which like the ones that pay you directly, not just for YouTube revenue. And that's, you guys may have watched like videos before where it has insert brand at the start. Like if I done it on one of mine, it's like, now from a word from our sponsor, Protein Works, those sort of things. I'm considering exploring the idea of like, with some of my influencers, integrating those at the end. The reason is you can actually charge a bigger premium per view but they'll feel better about it because like, let's say you get 200,000 views on a YouTube video, but only 40% of the audience hangs around. That's 80,000 views at the end of the video. So if you apply like a rate to your video based on a performance of 80,000 instead of 200,000, but you apply a premium rate, they're going to feel better about it because when you show what you're showing them is you're actually showing them the loyal viewers. And what I mean by that is like the people that more likely are going to engage with whatever the integration is. So yeah, it's actually a really smart move that I think is going to start happening in influencer and content creation in the coming months because it's more valuable to everyone involved. Adblock forever and it worked perfectly until very recently. I had to turn my adblock off because I noticed that YouTube, like something was happening where the performance was plummeting from adblock being on. So yeah, I don't know why, but it performed a lot worse. Sorry, let me switch across that because I just realized I'm white background flashbanging you. I don't think you can make Liquipedia white background, right? Or am I being an idiot and I've missed something? I wouldn't mind YouTube ads if their pricing wasn't ridiculous. What do you mean? Oh, you mean for like premium? I don't know. I think a lot of people spend so much time. Like, there are a lot of people that spend so much time on YouTube that the premium pricing kind of makes sense. If you think about it. Right? And that's not too bad because when you have premium, the like same. So when you have premium, the content creators still get like ad rev. It's just different. They get a slice of the premium cost. Dude, I'm actually, like, I want this game to start, though. I'm actually quite hyped for this. Like, Ottomans is a curious one to me. There's no way he's, like, rushing Castle Age for Grand Galleys, right? £12 for just no ads, though. My ad revenue is not worth £12. Depends how much you watch. So, cost per mil, let's say, comes out at, like, $10. So, like... 1,000 divided by... Sorry, no, it's 10 divided by 1,000, right? I could just do the basic math, but I'm being lazy. 0.1, so like 10 cents per... 10, like, you're worth 10 cents on a $10 CPM per view of an ad. I feel like that adds up quickly if you think about it, right? So by the time you watch 50 ads... That's like $5, right? I don't know. It depends on the person. Like, cause it's okay. So it's similar. Like, I'm gonna metafy this like an MMO. It's pay for convenience, right? If you have like an MMO where it's like get double XP, and you're like, well, I have less time, so I'm gonna pay that expensive price. Like when I'm playing Throne of Liberty right now, you can do everything for free, or you can be like a whale and get things faster. It's the same thing. So like. I think that's the thought process of YouTube. Is obviously there are people that are going to save time from not having to run to watch ads, and they're impatient towards it. Like it may seem like a lot, but the logic is like you're paying £12 because you're paying for a premium service. Some people don't like the sound of that. Like, but whoa, it hasn't been premium in past years. But like, I think also we have to keep in mind that we live in a world where things can't just remain free. For a lot of services, that bubble has popped. The praise right now is that services don't get absurd. Like, there's a thing called, and I recommend people looking it up, and it's actually called this, sorry for the curse word, enshittification. It's the whole idea that you, like, dominate a sector, and then you start to, like, over-milk your product. So, like, an obvious one for people would be Netflix charging for 720p and then 1080p and then 1440, 4K, whatever, right? Charging more. That's an example of that. And then, like, Prime has started to add in ads recently, right? Because they're, like, testing the threshold of what they can get away with, and they'll get more money because of it. So, like, you got to kind of pray that there's a nice balance where they don't just take that too far. And, yeah, like, there's other things you can do with premium, right? Like, you can basically have kind of the Spotify effect with music. So, actually, when I think about it that way, if you can basically match Spotify, like, that's an interesting thought, right? If you can do that, then YouTube Premium isn't too bad. If you can get the YouTube Music. I haven't tested YouTube Music thoroughly, so I can't comment on whether it's comparative to Spotify. Prime Premium has ads now. If you have the Prime from like Amazon, yes. Like I will have shows that will run ads now. They recently added that. There is, if you buy Amazon Video, then you won't get that problem, right? But that's a different service. You pay more for that. By the way, guys, me talking about this should be a great reminder for you to check all the things you actually subscribe to, because you'll probably have at least one service you don't even use anymore. What you should do is after you've done that, be sure to come back and thank me, and then just drop a sub for probably half of whatever that subscription was cost. Not a bad deal. Boom. I've been weighing up whether I should get rid of my Amazon subscription, but I think Emma still uses it for deliveries a lot. Maybe I should make her pay for it. I like order nothing. I just ordered digital things, you know? All right, let's get predictions up, though. So choose outcome. It was right team last time. We'll use right and left again because they are staggered that way. You should cancel your Game Pass. I mean, like, so if you don't have Game Pass for a while, they used to do the better deals. I don't know if they stopped that entirely. I actually have 3 months of Game Pass I need to enable. I just haven't, like, I don't know. Dude, I'm, like, in a nervous state where, like, we're still trying to grow the channel. I really want to be able to start just streaming, having some days where we do, like, different games as well. But it's, like, scary, right? Like, Throne of Liberty was hit and miss. We started off well, but obviously Baby and then Rebel Warlord meant that we lost traction there. Yo, what's up, Pseudonym? Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Appreciate you, buddy. But yeah, like, I would like to be able to do a bit of variety. I think another cool variety we'll look to do is more community games in the coming weeks. But let's get ready to go. Because, yeah, that is actually quite... Oh, it's 22. It's not that crazy, guys. Chill out. Game 1 of this series was a swift and absolute banger. Let's see what the second has in store for us. One and all, welcome back to the $1,000 Age of Empires 4 4v4 tournament. China versus China. And this time, we are not going to see any HRE. However, we are going to see the Bastards. And it's quite funny, actually, because when we were getting ready for this game, I said it was going to be Baltic. I thought we were actually going to get to see Baltic because I think there is a deeper dynamic to Team Water than is initially apparent. I was describing, like, if you have the right coordination, having things like French and jono to just build your ships is really efficient. And then having a civ like Ottomans to build your demo ships works really well. So, kind of hoping that Liu Tao can bounce back here, because if we get a game 3, we will be heading onto water into a giant pond. And hello, Ghost to Yoda. Thank you very much, man. I'm glad you enjoyed my cast at Red Bull. Well, it was a pleasure to be there. And I think I done a recent video, and maybe I should have worded the title differently. I think I actually up there to put my experience from my perspective. But from my perspective, the event was really good. And hopefully, Red Bull views it as a success, not just for 2, but for all the Age of games. Because I'd love to see all the games get 4 competitors at least on LAN. I think that's when all of them could deliver. Really happy that Myth was able to deliver, and I think AoE4 would be able to in that environment as well. Let's see if these boys can deliver in the team games. I gotta say, so far, this feels a blood tournament. Like, even when we've had some insanely long games, it's felt justifiable. I think Fields of Blood is kind of a little bit of a preview as to what team games can be. It's just rough because of a few things. Technical issues are definitely one big issue around team games that makes it very hard to make tournaments for it, right? We had a crash yesterday and I started to worry that we're going to have that repetitively. But the other issue is, like, maps typically aren't necessarily balanced around it. So, like, it is definitely a tough pill to swallow and to get used to. I do think that there needs to be almost... How do I put this? You always have to have someone go first and get shot in the head, like they're kind of rushing in Stalingrad, to reach the enemy line. And what I mean by that is, like, there's going to be some tournaments that need to trip and fall so that the data can be sampled and we can see an example of what this can be. Because we've tried casting pub games before, and it is terrible. Right? Because pub games are just poorly balanced. They could actually be poorly balanced in 1v1s, but in 4v4s, it's completely stompy. But the communication, the dynamics in these games so far, even when we've had 2-0s, have delivered some incredible games in this $1,000 tournament hosted by Clearman. So, we have got the opening Uma Bannerman play coming out from Scarlet Devil in the Japanese. And I'm going to keep a close eye on Yellow here, because last game, I think Scarlet Devil was MVP. He definitely set the pace, and he maintained it. And picking Japan, you'd expect him to take more of a greedy approach, but with this Horseman opening, he seems to be interested in playing the Age. And the sick part is the follow-up. It's going to be 4 Cav. Okay, so remember last time we talked about... I'm sorry, I'm going to flip the scores because they're the wrong way around. Apologies for that. So last time we had the Louis squad playing this interesting free Cav comp. 2 Cav comp eventual free. And they used that mobility to just move around each of the enemy's bases. And the issue for the enemy is, like Liu Tao, last time, they just didn't have the right civs to mirror those moves. This game they do. Both sides have gone for a quadruple mobile comp. We've got Knights, Sipahi, Horsemen, and Knights. We've got Knights, and nothing right now. But what we will get is Camel Riders and Mounted Samurai. This is cool. But it's the difference of ideas, right? Like, some side has gone for the now, the other has gone for the tech. Let's see what's going to pay off for. Movement in straight away. Duck in, a little bit of trouble with that forward-facing gold. And also the pinch on jono. She's going to get dropped. Good start here for Louis MT's team. So able to deny the gold. That's going to slow down Dakin in his scaling of Knights. And he right now makes up 50% of the effective firepower of Liu Tao. Knights are now going to start arriving. Kind of tricky with all these auras, right? You've got the damage buff on one. You've got the extra armor or attack speed on the other. Weird reactions coming in, though. I feel like Yuyi and CSO were a little bit slow to arrive here with their Knights, but I think that's because they were staggering themselves to go in with a second wave. So this is pretty crafty. Check what they're doing. they're dragging blue and green away from his base so that CSO can go in afterwards to hit the economy. They're going to freaking ruin him. Meanwhile, someone whose economy cannot truly ever be ruined, after last game, Lao Tang has adjusted the build. It's not free TC. It's 5 town centers from the Abbasids. Good God. Does he even have the economy for this? I guess his thought is to eat through the tree line and then build farms. And in fairness, guys, he got a really good spawn for that. It's a triple tree line on one screen. Meanwhile, Joan in range form is going to reap the benefits here. Love that snipe coming through. Formation shuffle is a little bit ugly. Puts it to the backside. Need to be careful here, actually. Yuyi is trying to go in, but the other players aren't ready to commit an assist. Southside is a brilliant fight, though. The Sapahi, no fortitude activated. I'm a bit surprised there was an opportunity there. Louis, it's a bit micro-intensive, but when you see which Sapahi is being targeted, you can activate your attack speed to snipe down these knights quicker. Either way, this is looking really good for the West Side team. I love how fast they play the game, and what happened to that wall? Oh no, the surrounding break created a little choke point. Villagers also stuck here, they're not doing anything. And backstab comes in, CSO looking to swarm the fight. The military numbers tell no lie in this game, 49 to 22. Flown Gate now on the way for G, but it might come at the price of he being Dakin in this one. He's about to be dead. Joan not able to hide inside the TC. It's already fully garrisoned. Villagers also getting massacred. They are peeling Dakin like he's a banana. 15 villages compared to an average median of 40. Oh my God. And they're doing it again. Last game, they done it with Rams. This time, it's just with torches out. They're going for the town center kill. Ranged armor is also in effect, so this town center not doing anywhere near enough damage to quickly clear out the Sapahi. And also, it's even worse than that. He's having to waste time on the Sapahi. He could kill the Knights a bit quicker from a ranged armor perspective, but the difference is almost negligible. And you can see Green's just trying to buy some time. Purple, in the meantime, has queued up the Knights, so Mount Samurai are going to be on the way soon, but I just don't see this laying up. Behind this, Scarlet Devil has already gone age-free, so there's going to be Mounted Samurai to mirror the Mounted Samurai. And in that regard, Scarlet Devil's already ahead. This is brutal, though. I mean, this kind of takes me back to something one of the Frost Giant devs said. I know that's like not popular for people to hear referenced, because that's Stormgate, but there was an interesting point when the devs brought up in team games, and it's that team games can seem fundamentally flawed, because when a player is eliminated, he's eliminated, right? When a player's economy has been removed, like there's no getting back in. Whereas you compare it to like Counter-Strike, Dota 2, Call of Duty, like pretty much any other genre, you will be punished, but you will have an opportunity to redeem yourself. There is no redemption arc for Dakin. This is the last of the villages. He has one left somewhere else, and then he's dead. So this is now a 3v4. He has one villager, guys. Dakin has enough to drop the mining camp to get the stone. But it would take him so long, about what, 18 minutes, I think, to build a new TC. Someone needs to sling him resources ASAP. In fact, that villager might get found. Oh my God, no, 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 no. No, no, no. Leave him be. Run. You're the real Joan. Run, little maiden. I don't care about the rest of the game. This is now an RPG adventure with Dakin's final villager. Starts to build the lumber camp, but in the meantime, Teal is teching up. However, the dive is coming in, and he has no military. No! Come on. This is such a depressing beatdown. I had high hopes of Liu Tao. They're actually very talented team players. But the overarching strategy out of the West Side team, out of Louis, CSO, Scarlet Devil, and Yuyi, is just so much more well-refined, right? They've tempered aggression, and similar to in 1v1s, in team games as well, at this level, playing the aggressive side has a lot of advantages. We're not really in this meta where you just boom anymore. Love to see that being so true in team games. I think the only unfortunate detail I'd highlight here is that outside of HRE, like anyone who has fast infantry, it has to be cav comps to make this work. And that's why I hope we get maps where teams are pushed closer together so that infantry comps can actually be part of the meta. That's the ideal world for team games. But damn, what a game. I just keep checking in on that final villager. Poor Dekin. He still needs to go for the stone after this, guys. He's taken the safe resources now, but he needs to find stone as well. It's like Teal is going to get stay of execution still at 98 villages. Turns out having a cajillion outposts in town centers means not many people die. Oh my god. Abbasids truly playing the tower defense simulator. Louis MT. Still just pumping Sapahi, interestingly enough. Kind of curious what the game strat is here. He's pulling for the corner. Oh, he's being chased right now. Dekin. He's gone on the counter-offensive. We were so focused on the south side, we didn't even notice this. So Dekin, this is his only knights left over. This is his final presence here, right? He's trying to make someone suffer anywhere near as much as he has. Meanwhile, level 3 is in for this zone. That's the other good thing for Dekin, is like you are playing a support Civ, and you now at least still have zone. So in theory, I'm probably halving the hoping, but in theory, you can still be useful. Like if you had to choose between French or Zone being one villager, and still being useful, you'd pick Zone, right? So Zone truly is the cheerleader in this game. A little bit of poke. I don't know what's going on here. Yeah, Louis finally goes in for the upgrade, but for a long time there, I don't think he had the Sapai veterans, right? So I kept checking for the pips. Are they just checking for the one villager to come home? Oh my god. I'm impressed that the difference is only 50 eco, dude. We've got another tech upcoming. CSO now moving up to the age 3. Yi with just so many knights. And Jones' right is kind of interesting here. It makes a lot of sense, right? Like your opponent's likely trying to get crossbows to defend. It just makes a lot more sense also for mobility. Even if there's not a unit you're countering, at least this moves with you. The champions don't. Just coming in. Good fight as well for Joan. Just a lot of XP potentially up for grabs. However, unfortunately, she's on the front side, and that one camel is ruining the plan here. I mean, you could snipe it, right? You have got the arrows, and there we go. So now this is the fight you can take. Psych. Oh, for God's sake. Dude, camels are just so obnoxious in team games. This is why. Especially when you're playing mass camel on both sides, it's just the X factor. Because as long as one of them exists, you could be reducing the damage of 4 players' army by 20%. And because it is a mass cav strat, nobody really has the means to snipe those camels, bar Joan in range 4. And if there's 3 camels, she can't do that, because although she hits for a pretty solid 118 damage, these guys have 270. Alright, Dekin. Is it happening? Where is his villager? Dekin? Theres no way he's coming back to base. He's carrying the stone. I can't. Oh, the true maiden of the Orléans. She's going to carry them through the whole war. Oh my god. Yeah, soon, guys, soon. Like, you think someone would be nice enough to sling him some stone, but it's fine, right? Like, it's only going to take him about another, 4 minutes to gather the stone needed? Absolutely fine. Poor guy. Trade has been found. Camels are riding in. We do have the camel handling. This is big. You can no longer run away from the knights. However, they can completely gang you. I'll tell you what, if they do actually win this now with a player on 1 villager, they're the kings of this tournament. They have more economy right now, guys. They have more military. Now, the quality is maybe questionable. No, it's not, right? You've got knights, you've got camel riders, and you've got Onomusha. It's comparative. Veterancy just came in for Yu Yi. We'll be able to move away just before Teal is able to get the surround there. But they are losing map control. Behind this, Teal is at least slapping up a palisade wall for all of his teammates. which means limited pressure coming into their base anymore. Sipahi are going to be scared away by the wall low. This is wild. Could he do it? Is it happening? He doesn't risk going back to repair, right? He's doing it! The thumbnail for this video is simply just going to be a splash of mini Zone gathering woods, gathering stone, and building a TC. Oh my god. I can't believe it. He should be dead. That one villager. You could see they thought they had him as well when they chased down the remaining. They're like, great, that's a player eliminated. And they might be playing chill because of that. Because right now, yeah, this eco's scary, but theoretically, the cap for your enemy team is 600. They don't realize that Dekin is looking to make a comeback. These camels are just so obnoxious. Even now, this feels like a good trade, right? Like, forcing the rejuvenation. I guess, actually, no, they only got one night. However, now you're quite heavily injured. If it wasn't for the rejuvenation, that's probably 2 more nights going down. Which is a good trade for Camel Riders, as Camel Riders are 230, right? Yeah. Actually, 220? Yeah, they're 220, right? Man, why are Camel Riders so cheap? It is pretty insane. Keeps going up. Dude, like, I'm just sitting here thinking, this can't happen, right? Like, they can't win with one villager. I just can't get over this. I would have never, ever, ever seen this in the history of Age of Empires 4, if this happens. It would be nice if we get the primary TC repair, but that is going to take a long time, admittedly. This is still building. Guys, how long ago did this begin? Was it 2 minutes ago? Well, actually, like, the timings are true, right? Yeah, it takes 2.5 minutes to build a town center with one villager. That is true here. Oh, Knights have broken in, though. CSO. Converging alongside Scarlet Devil, but there's a Camel Riders. You can't win this fight. They do at least get the snipe down on Joan. That's unfortunate as well. Remember, Dekin, if he'd been behind the line there, this would have been an absolute farm frenzy for him. Camels will at least be able to buff this away. However, they are hunting. The TC is up, though. You can't stop him. They might. If they burn this TC, Dekin has every right in the world to just play Linkin Park albums on repeat. So at this point, you should be looking going, wait, is that a blue town center? And this is where we should see the West Side team get really aggressive because, like, in their eyes, they thought this was a 3v4. Now they might be paranoid that Blue had, like, 4 TCs smuggled behind this. Wait, did they kill her? Nope, she's alive. Actually, I don't know. This is... It's okay, guys. They were twins. One of them can take the other's place. There was Joan and there was... Crap, what French name is female and sounds like that, like Joan? I'm looking at my keyboard now. Bone? No. Gon, Don, Roan? Roan. Roan sounds kind of believable. Joan and Juan. Wait, what? But they're both girls, guys. They both got the maiden hat, right? Actually, maybe... Yeah. It's all the ladies. Joan and Jonette. It's Joan and Jonette. We're going with that. Janissary's now rhyming. Oh my, the camels! They're ruining the comeback story. Not the TC! Run, little Billy, run! The first son born in the Joan Empire. Don't let him die. Reactionary forces coming in. They need to keep him alive. Dude, this right now. This is a story of protection. This isn't about the RTS. This isn't about the grand scheme. This is about preventing a genocide. 5 villages alive for Dekin. Camel Riders have to back up, though. The Janissaries are massive. massacring everything here. Finally, something arrives to deal with it. Onimusha are peppering that back line. Oh my god, but the military count. This should be enough to hold. And the TC is still alive. This game is not over. They're going to have to run away, so Scarlet Devil will shift out the other side. Look at the Camel Rider count here. Golems as well now to deal with the Janissary mass. Lao Tang has activated full anime mode. And also, with his current population, he can now go Imperial. As long as he doesn't hemorrhage too many Camel Riders, because that was the problem. He was ready to go Imp, and then he threw away about 20 plus camels like that, right? Which equates to 4,400 resources. This pushback could be big. I think really what they need is stone walls. They've got them. Okay, so this is the only attack point, right? Yeah, they've stonewalled all the way. There is only one point in the map they need to hold, and they're surging out now. Onimusha and Camel Rider is exactly what they need. Janissaries are going to start to arise. Sapai to back up as well, but the Golems are looking to get in on the action. Camel's going to force the fight. Onimusha need to come back. Where are you going? To G or not to G is the question. The Yuumi also moving in range, but it looks like he was a little bit too late there. The Golem's starting to back off here. The front line's just a little bit too far forward, right? A little bit too strong. Camels, they will be replaced. Military Wing has at least already been triggered, so the good news is Lao Tang isn't going to be blocked by that reboom. The bad news is Jono Blast is in. Oh no. And this is huge, guys. The Valorous Inspiration with Janissaries turns them into machine guns. They're already at 1.15 attack speed. You give them Valorous Inspiration, they go down to like 0.7. You guys remember like English longbow volley? This is the gun equivalent. Oh my god, they're wasting no time. They're coming back for Dekin again. Dekin, who has stopped humping the TC and has decided to start breeding horses. We have trade now for blue. Now, guys, this might look bad for the Eastside team, but I want you to realize that compared to where Dekin was a few minutes ago, he has 24x'd his holdings in this game. The problem, though, is he's still a giant liability. We have level 4 Joan on one side and level 2 on the other. Oh my god, and with this many range units, you can't even exist in the fights. Goom's just trying to hold the choke points for a while here. Mangonel scaring away the Onimusha. Dives coming in. And we have a second TC. Okay, it's happening, guys. The kid, he only needs 20 more minutes. Huffs the Hopium back. Now, this might look really one-sided, but what I want you guys to process is the fact that this is 3 players versus 1 right now. Lao Tang is on his own defending this. No one else is helping right now. Purple is hesitant to go in for good reason. Green doesn't really have much to commit. He's down to 22 military. It's all about teal. The fact he's even holding them back this long is impressive. Problem he's running into, though, is production, right? He's losing a lot of the full production, and behind this is just farms. So, actually, not a real good ability here for Lao Tang to rebuild losses. And the elite mounted samurai, probably the most beautiful unit in the game, is now in effect. Oh, and the hand cannon is looking unguarded. These chunky boys able to dive in. There's no biology at least, so that's one less problem to worry about, but no gunpowder tech either, so this glass cannon's not able to annihilate as quickly as you'd like. Looks like he is going to reset and forfeit the front side of his base. QF really needs to get some presence with knights here. He's got a lot more queued up, so he's got 15 more knights on the way. Feels like there's maybe not enough production here, though. Has got stables set up around the red path, so that is going to be given the discount. He is close by. Onimusha now with the backstab. By God, they've done it again. They've held again! Now, if it seems like I'm giving way too much credit, the thing you have to keep in mind is we were on a map where they're trading as well. So the whole idea if they forfeited map and gold is great isn't good enough here. The fact they have back trade is keeping them alive. I am starting to wonder if trade with allies should be altered. Like, I'm pretty sure we've had tournaments where this got banned, right? I'm pretty sure we've had team tournaments where you cannot trade with allies for this reason. Because it's the freest economy ever. Like, it almost makes Mongols feel mandatory, right? So yeah, this is keeping them alive now. Can't believe this. The kin now up to 55 villages. And the tech ups are coming in, guys. After all this, the East Side team has got 3 players in Imperial Age and a 4th going castle now. No way. The kin is also going at level 3 zone still, soon rather, so he's going to have some presence of his own. Keep drop now coming in. Onimusha not able to break through the choke point. We'll have to back away as the walls are coming up from the north side team. A few cav units have at least shuffled through to the backside, but the Japanese rocket launcher will be able to deal with that. Kim Jong just squinting his eyes, angrily staring across the waters at them. Theirs didn't fail to launch. I'm sorry, I had to make that joke. So I'm not sorry, it's a good one. And this is a bloody good game. We really, truly could be heading for a game 3. And that game 3, folks, would be on Baltic. Which I don't think any of our brains is ready for. Kyiv sending a very small sliver of resources across to G. I wonder what that was about. At least 500. I imagine there's probably elite tech coming out. Yeah, Samurai switch up is on the way now for purple. Interesting. I mean, they need an answer to the Janissaries, right? It definitely makes the most sense. I'm forgetting Great Bombards? Am I forgetting Great Bombards? I mean, if they switch infantry, sure, but if they go back to cavalry, Great Bombards is kind of tricky, right? I think this is the thing that kind of makes Ottoman so absurd, right? Is that Janissaries protect you from cavalry, and cavalry is the counter to Great Bombards. Because infantry stacks up, right? That issue is also likely to become a bigger problem in the upcoming Season 9. I do feel like, despite the nerfs, the Great Bombard is a bit of an oversight. Well, at least one thing's true. It'll end games much quicker, that's for sure. Forward gathering now from purple. He's even setting up trade. Like, in team games, everyone has to trade eventually. But we've done it, guys. Dekin has reached level 3. If they're holding on without Junda Blast, imagine. Villagers are getting pinged. She has to pull away from there. Scarlet Devil able to swarm through, so they're going to have to forfeit the area. A bunch of villagers for purple are going to go down, but they have got the secondary line behind this, and there are stone walls there, folks. So won't be a quick break-in. They're just biding their time, looking for the right position to fight in. This will be a good time to fight, actually. He's peeled them back. There's camels here. Hand cannon is as well, but hesitation sets in, right? Feels like it's a bit too far forward, and for good reason. Other issues also starting to emerge. No! Dekin! He was about to hit triple villager count. And they've come again. This is how the game began, folks. This is how it began to unravel with that multi-pronged assault where they baited the knights out of the base, and then CSO came in for the villagers. He's back again. Thirsty boy wants more kills. However, remember, there's more behind this. The villagers are now shuffling all the way to the southern corner here to hide. The base is no longer theirs. The good news, at least, is in team games, your landmarks dying doesn't kill you off. So you will still exist, even if he loses all of them. CL now trying to defend, because of course this is uncomfortably close to his own base and economy. The other issue, by the way, is they never set up backstone walls, guys. So if CSO realizes this and just heads south with about 10 knights, he can ruin all of them. Oh, east side. I think we're really starting to see the pain of 3v4. Dekin almost reached 100 pop, but he doesn't have any military units still. Blast also in this fight. Divine Restoration, an absurd ability with this many units nearby. And Varus Inspiration. It's time to swing like you're a Beyblade. Just press that one button. That's all he needs to do for an easy win. Weirdly enough, Yuyi is holding onto it though. It's kind of crazy actually. If he just presses that one button, they'll break through almost immediately. Looks like they should be able to fin it out either way though, so we'll begin to shove them back. On the west side, CSO is still fighting here. Man, Royal Bloodlines is something else. Sure, his damage has been reduced by 20%, but the issue is Lao Tang went into Camel Archers instead of sticking on the Camel Riders, right? I think that's because he's seeing this as a soft counter to Janissaries, and what I mean by that is you get the double damage versus Gunpowder Infantry, while they also get extra damage against you, right? So it's kind of a mutually assured destruction situation. And no, it's happened. CSO, he knows about the trade. He knows that everyone's involved on this as well. Yeah, so blue needs to build a wall. He's starting with the stone walls now, but it is slow. He needs more villagers working on it, but he needs stone as well. So someone needs to sling him. Otherwise, he can't protect them. I think they've reached the breaking point here, folks. I think they've just discovered the chink in the armor. Dekin may have recovered his economy, but he can't do much more than that. And although they're able to hold when the dives are coming into, say, Lao Tang's base, it's too far away when it's into blues. And yeah, they're actually going for a wonder. There's a lot of slinging going on from these lads. And thank you, Belena. Yeah, I need to confirm that. I'm pretty sure the Camel Archers do bonus damage in Season 9, but currently it might be bugged and just a UI thing. But when we checked Season 9, they still had the versus light Gunpowder Infantry, so I'm assuming that's... A bit of assumption has to be made here until we test it thoroughly when Season 9 releases. But I'm assuming that staying is a thing, and it will be a thing. Oh no, the trade! That has to be it. Without this, think about what these guys are building. Japan is all about gold. French in late game, all about gold. Joan, all about gold. Even the Abbasids with hand cannon and Gulams are all about gold. So if this gets shut down, it's curtains closed. Man, they need a strike in return. Like, this is the problem right now. They've done a great job of defending, but they're only defending. They're never really attacking. This trade on the other side has never been damaged whatsoever. 139 free to roam the map. Sacred Sites are also locked in, so another thing to consider here is a decap has to come through soon. In fact, G hasn't even begun it yet. He should be moving for it soon. Castle Crow is a little bit annoying, quite close by, but not close enough. And the Ottomans went for the trade landmark. So they actually got the Seagate Castle. So Louis, did he place it here? Or did he place it on the forward? Am I blind? Over here. Seagate Castle. So Louis' trade is really good. He gets the Zoomer effect, and he gets a ridiculous amount of armor that's going to make it hard even for Knights to insta-club. Yes, Louis should have best trade. I imagine he went for trade bags as well. There you go. Confirmation in. I forgot we could do that because we haven't got the capture trade UI. So we went trade bags, got fast training, siege crews, military campus. Pretty much everything that's solid. The interesting part, actually, there is something interesting about that. Is that he's using military schools only for Sipahi, but that makes sense because he's building Janissaries, right? Like, you can afford with gold. So Castle Crow is going to go down, so they will eliminate the win condition on the Sacred Sites, but the push is coming in. Louis MT, a big boy army here. Double Great Bombard, triple Mangonel. Scarlet Devil with the mass mounted Samurai to assist. Won't easily be outmaneuvered here. An attempt to hold on the west side. I don't think it's going to work out for QF. He has got Joan in range here. The assist from Dekin, who's basically trying to use this as an opportunity to farm up level 4, but it's still just so far away. Simply too many French Knights here. So Joan will be flopped dead again. Meanwhile, on the east side, we have got a dive coming in, but it's a trickle of Knights, and that's simply not going to work out. And thank you very much, Hakim, for the sub. Appreciate you, mate. What a game to stamp your mark on with a subscription, because this one feels like an all-time banger. Thank you, Rise, Sharante. Yeah, get him in, guys. Come on. Perfect game to mark your name on. I feel like this is one people remember, even if they now lose. The fact that they even got this close to a comeback with one of their players at one villager at 20 minutes in is insane. Great Bombard's in trouble, though. Tries to go for the snipe, unable to get it. One still stays alive, barely. However, that one Great Bombard can do a lot of work here. Mass Knights have now arrived from red. The Janissaries are still alive, but the Gunpowder units from G might be the MVPs. We've got Gunpowder Tech and we've got the Yumi. So he's got the Bannerman effect. He's up to 48 damage per strike, which is massive in these engagements. New Bannerman's going to go down, and thank you very much, Marv, for the 5 gifted. Keep them coming. Keep them coming if you want the action to continue, because we might have another 15 minutes ahead of us. We've got a Wonder coming in now, and that might be the first time I've seen a Japanese one. The Tokugawa Shrine. Look at that unnecessarily large structure. Enough to make even the proudest of men a little bit embarrassed. Bloody hell, that thing is huge. All right. Am I the only one feeling OCD about the fact that it's not center? Like, I'm going to get in your guys' heads now. You want it here, don't you? It doesn't look right. It almost looks like it's not on its platform correctly and it's going to fall over. That should be the death animation for it. It just kind of lean in Tower of Pisa's. That's cool, though. I forgot that I've never seen a Japanese Wonder before. I mean, Japan never gets to that stage in the game. They're usually dead or won by then. Oy, oy, oy. Is this trade dead, though? Big interception. CSO muddying the waters. QF has arrived with his own knights. And we do have level 3. No, they immediately target her down. Okay, she's backing away. She needs to survive this. He needs that level 4. 2/3 of the way. It still feels so far away. My God. I don't know if gold veins are going to matter on this map, guys. Like, everyone just has so much trade. It's just kind of a moot factor. Imagine if you could build farms for teammates. Okay, I kind of want there to be more interaction points between teammates. Like, imagine if you could just, like, they could place a scaffolding and you could build a TC for them or something like that. I don't know, maybe that's broken for China. You'd have to stop China and Juji from building faster on teammates' buildings, right? But I do think it'd be really cool to see. Maybe it would make this type of comeback opportunity less epic, but it would also make the game feel less over for the majority of players. Like, there are not many people that after what happened to Dakin would have kept playing, right? Speaking of which, not the TC. I don't know if he cares. He's got a Red Palace in place over here. He can put a TC in the corner. He'll be fine. The rest of their team, however, I'm not so sure about. And, apologies. What I'll do is I'll update you. So the problem is the Wonder timer goes where the score is. We're at 11.5 minutes on the Wonder right now. And wait, I mean, actually they could build another Wonder. Wait. Maybe? Whoa, gee, what the hell was this move? He dove in on his own. This is not ideal. Heavily outnumbered. 3 players easily able to wail in and defend. I mean, gee, he looked so strong up to this point, but now look at the hand clan in the account. He's been reduced down to 7. Dude, it's kind of dumb. We're at a stage where there's just so many traders, you just kind of ignore a few knights doing this. You're like, well, I'll just build more. It's easier than the alternative. I really want CSO to build this Wonder, goddammit. Alright, guys, imagine if building another Wonder half the time. No. Would that be a good change? No. You'd have to, for that to work, you'd have to interlink them, so if one died, you lost. Even then, it would be absurd. But hear me out. You build it. Oh my god, he's doing it. He's building the wonder. We've got double wonder. Oh my god. Truly a first in competitive Age of Empires 4 history. 2 wonders on one team. Yeah, surely you just surrender now, right? Like, this is, at this point, it's bordering on BM. But this is the thing, like, if someone does this to you, guys, be honest, like, one's in chat. If someone done this to you, would you surrender? You would, right? Because now you're like, oh, we definitely can't lose. Dude, we can't afford to lose to this. Because then you'll be remembered as the guy that lost to Double Wonder. That'll be your legacy. Oh my god. Wait, is it 64k? I always lose track of the count, right? Because it scales with players. I think you're right, though. It's huge. So yeah, a wonder is 32k, right? 32,000 resources. And what is up, Lemon Pepper? Thank you very much for the resub, buddy. What a glorious fight on the screen to reward you for that. She has got the hand cannoneers together again. Mass Samurai as well. The great bombars might be the bigger problem, though, because they're sniping from the side, and that's it! They called it! The double wonder victory for the Chinese God Stack! 2-0! But what a way to do it! Oh, man. Freaking crazy game. Let me know what you guys think of these. Let me know if you want to see more of these. I think this is absolutely incredible. I don't think... And someone can double-check me on that. But I don't think we have ever in the history of AoE 4 in competitive seen a 2-wonder victory. Even in team games. Incredible. But, yeah, make sure you smash the like. Make sure you share this around because that game was insane. We had a 1 villager recovery and 2 wonders. I just don't even know what to do with the thumbnail now. Like, is it... What do you think, guys? Does it have to be the 2 wonders on the thumbnail? Oh, man. I don't know. Like, does that give away the game, though? I think you just got to do it. That was wild. Japanese wonder's too big for thumbnail. True. Yeah, for thumbnail, I like the idea of like show both wonders. Right. Minus 64k resources. But what do I put for the title? I feel like it should open a first in Age of Empires 4 history. Right? You think they said... I don't think they said it can't be done as better than a first in Age of Empires 4 history. Right? That's a good hook. I feel like that's a good hook on a title. Like, damn. For the first time in Age of Empires 4 history, the double wonder victory. Or, ooh, maybe that's even better. Is that, like, I reckon that's even better. So the double wonder victory. It's like, this is what I got written for the YouTube title, but I think I put it the other way around. The double wonder victory at the start sounds good, right? Yeah, that's a hook. And then, like, all right, validate me, chat, validate me. Validate me like I'm parking, right? I think this is the title of the video. Or maybe the double wonder strat. The double wonder strat. Strat works better, right? Doesn't spoil the outcome. Dude, I like how I make my like YouTube titling almost like a community-driven experience. That's a banger, right? Most people only read the first 20 characters. Yeah, that's why you got to hook them. The double wonder strat hooks you, right? Like, if you read double wonder strat, you're like, huh? Has to be. Have to add something about the single village. I don't think we can now. I was gonna make it all about the villager, but I think that just eclipses it. Like, they made it about them with the double like wonder. I think that also doesn't give away the game because we spent so long talking about the villager recovery thing. I feel bad that it's not about the one villager, but if like let's be okay. One's if you would be more likely to click on somebody with the one villager recovery. Two's if you'd be more likely to click on the fact that there's two wonders being built in that game at the same time by the same team. Because I feel like more people would click on two. Both are rare these days. I mean, one of them is like almost the first time ever. But I don't know, man. It's like I can't include both of them because, like, if you think about it, it's just information overload. If you saw both of them, you'd be like, what? You wouldn't know where to begin. Upload same video twice with two different names. Damn. The big brain play. If only. All right. Let me double check. Dude, that was hype though. Profit? Yeah, until people start the video and go, I've seen this before, and then sign off of it. And then I'm full Pepe hands. I'm trying to think what we watch now. So we can hop into 1v1s, I guess. Unless there's more series. I'm checking in with Clearman because there was a second series scheduled today. But I know there was a schedule, like there was an issue. I think it was the Canadians team. Like the series had to be delayed. Which is unfortunate, but... What's the retention of long videos? Am I allowed to show my behind-the-scenes statistics? I can't remember YouTube's policy on it. I can't remember if they hard limit it. So, like, it'll vary. I think, like, as long as you're selective, you can show. I think, actually, maybe it's up to people. But, like, most videos' retention will drive towards 50%, I want to say. Let's have a look. Engagement. If I go for one, oh yeah, okay, I'll educate you guys a bit on the YouTube retention. I'll go for one that's a little bit older, so that the numbers are grinded in. We'll go for like one that has 2K views, which is probably not fully indicative of like the average actually. So if we go, what we'll do is we'll go for one with. Should we go for one with like? We'll go for one with 1,600 views and one with 800 views. But they need to be reasonably long, don't they? So 1,600 is only 20 minutes. Okay, let's go 1,100 actually at like 30 minutes. I'll quickly like break this down for you guys. Because I like doing these things. I like kind of educating people on these things. Right? So... there used to be a retention graph. Where is it? Ah, there it is. I got it down there. Okay. So let me get it to the page for both of these, and then I'll pull it across on the screen for you guys. So, also, we're about to talk about, well, we were going to avoid showing the money, but if you guys have your own money, go spend it there. Check out Protein Works. Reminder, guys, going to be reviewing with them the performance of actually the integration at the end of this week to decide if they want to come back again. And my promise to you guys is we'll put $200 extra into show matches and tournament formats out of my pocket if we get enough sales. So if you're thinking about getting Protein Works, if you're on the fence, check it out. If you've got questions about different things that are worth trying, let me know. I've tried, I want to say, over half of the products they have available. There's loads of cool ones in there. The meal replacements are cool. I love the protein bars, actually. They're great. There's also the nootropics. There's the coffee coolers. Highly recommend them. Even the pancakes, dude. I'm not a pancake person, but I really love the pancakes. So average view length on this 20-minute video was 826. That's always going to drive downwards. So here's your like retention. My typical retention, you can see here, is around, so this one was 46%. My typical retention is between about 30 to 48%-ish. And then you can see, like, similarly here. Yeah, this one done really badly. Kind of crazy how quickly people dropped off within the first... I don't know, man. Like, it's weird that, like, these videos get recommended to people.
Become the...
And then, like, you'd expect about a 50% drop-off. I'm wondering why the drop-off was so bad in the beginning of this. Because this was the free-for-all one. Maybe people weren't expecting a free-for-all video? Maybe? Maybe it needed to be listed that it was a free-for-all video. Because this is free-for-all, and that drop-off is insane. Maybe too long? 30 minutes isn't long. Yeah, maybe it's because it's like the early game of free-for-all is kind of sucky. Like, this is why I think even in 1v1s, I think I'm just going to go against the grain and start recording my videos at 5 minutes in. And see how it goes. Because, like, here you go. This is what I mean. With 1v1, like, see what that does? Like, 50% by a minute. It's very different. Most videos eventually will drive to this point, by the way, because the logic is that your video, if it does well, is going to get pushed to more people. And as it gets pushed to more people, some people are not going to, like, want to watch it. So you should eventually drive down. It's like, there's a similar thing with, where is it? It would be reach. So with reach, your click-through rate will drive quickly down to probably about 5%. And, like, if it's at least still 5%, YouTube is like, very nice, keep pushing this. And then over time, you should drive down to about 2.5%. So like that sounds really bad, but it's like it's scaling statistics. So like obviously over time, your viewership is going to drive down because you're eventually going to reach your cap point. So yeah, unless it's Tower Rush, yeah, like that's the challenge. Is obviously I'm going to have to figure that out. Is I'm almost going to have to intro and then intro again, I guess, which might be weird for like live viewers possibly, but it's probably in a weird way the cleanest way to do things, if that makes sense. So. You can watch first 5 minutes 8 times. The thing is, I don't think people like that. I'm not sure if people like that because it's very disorienting to see 4 times speed, right? Maybe I'm wrong on that, but I feel like for the majority of people, like ones in the chat, if you tuned in and the early game is going at like 4 times speed, do you just leave the video? Forced Empire Wars? Oof. That'll go down well. Because I feel like a lot of people just leave the video because it doesn't relate to what they're used to seeing anymore. Oopsie. That's the wrong thing. It's my Twitter. Dude, what tab is that? Oh, it's because we're looking at the YouTube stuff, right? Okay, so what we can do now, guys, we can watch some pub games, though. Some pub 1v1s. So let me switch that off. May as well skip. Yeah, I'm at the point where, like, we're 3 years into this game. There's very rarely going to be something that people need to see. Like, I don't know. I think in the early days, people treated it like there was this... They wanted to see the build orders or whatever, but my thought process is there's so many people that make build order videos now. Why do you need it from me? Because I'm not sitting there telling you, like, I'm not looking at their base so you can see when they build things and where they build them, right? It's like, yeah, the first 5 minutes to me has just become quite disingenuous. Oh, wow, it's Jigglypuff. Yo, Jiggly, is your team still in the tournament? You are, right? I think you're lower bracket. Right? Because are you on the American Brit stack, right? Because like the other thing I was thinking about, and I'd done this about 2 years ago for a little bit, is I used to put something from later in the game at the start as a hook, and then you go back to the start. But that would also work better if you had the hook and then you went back to like 4 or 5 minutes. So, like, for example, if you have an hour-long game, you're like, I can't believe this is happening, right? And then you just fade out. And, like, your brain's like, what's happening? What do we know? By the way, 100% we're watching this. Socotra with Japanese English. Anyone's going to play that, sadly. I didn't realize it was during the mornings. Oh, yeah. I mean, it was already interesting to see that the Canadians were going to play. But their series has been delayed to some other time. I don't know when. I'm going to find that out. Because it's meant to be the Canadians with 2 Vietnamese people versus GQS, which is a full Chinese squad. But checking if the brackets have updated now. No, they haven't been updated yet. But yeah, I'll try to keep you guys updated on when the midweek games are happening. Maybe I'll try to organize like a small 1v1 show match of some kind for like Friday. I'm going to see about that. Might be a good way to begin the weekend. I'm just not sure how many players will be interested because obviously a lot of them will be getting ready for Outback Octagon weekend number 2, I imagine. And I think organizing for Thursday might be a bit too soon. But on Thursday, we should at least have the replays to catch the 3D Clan versus the Turkish boys. And then I believe there's also going to be, on Friday, there's Japan versus Taiwan. And there's going to be now some other lower bracket games that need to be played out, right? So the Polish Mountain should be going up against, I think, the Bohemian Bros. And then Ugly Cat, which is Baltoon Squad, I believe, will be going up against GQS or VNC. I.e. the Canadians or a full Chinese stack. Oh, look, like there's 2 TCs and there's... Yeah, like that's what I mean. Like the early game, like I've been very vocal about this before. That the early game is very... in a lot of circumstances. At least when you've got like the standard maps. I don't know if it always feels in tournament games per se. But definitely a lot of pub games. And the weird part is like AoE 4 has such a weird dynamic to its spectatability in that, like, compare it to maybe Dota is a perfect example. Like in Dota, you can just kind of hop every 4 or 5 minutes to big team fights, right? But AoE 4, and I think RTSs have this, but like even StarCraft has moments where you can just cut out easily. AoE 4 is a lot more fluid, should we say? In that like you can't just snap to 4 minutes for 3 minutes and then snap to 12 minutes for 2 minutes. You know what I mean? It almost feels like it completely disconnects you from the game. Playing a lot more Empire Wars? Oh, damn. Am I going to get more crap about my Empire Wars statement? I mean, I don't know if people missed the point with it. Like, was Empire Wars in a good state? No. My point was more around, I would have rather, like, seen Red Bull just try to, like, go, you know what, screw it. Let's just stick to this and let's get it to where it needs to be, sort of thing. And then, like, you know, maybe it does work, maybe it doesn't, right? I think the argument that got made is like, no data is data. And I'm like, okay, I get where you're coming from. But like the thing that I was trying to emphasize around Empire Wars is like the way it was stigmatized kind of put a label on the idea of doing anything this limited time game mode. And by the way, limited time game modes do work. Limited time game modes work in so many different games. I think Hearthstone is one that got mentioned. And actually, I'd say it does quite well in there. Like, I play Hearthstone just for the Tavern Brawls. It works in Rainbow Six, Dota 2. It works in the obvious one I'm forgetting, Apex Legends, Fortnite. Like, it works across different genre games. I also think if you look at like StarCraft, the co-op mode and the mutators, like I think the co-op mode mutators were really good. Yeah. Want Nomad Monsters? I think that'd be cool. Also, like, the idea that, like, all custom games don't... Like, all different games than 1v1 format doesn't work in AoE4 is not true if you consider, like, Nomad has been so well received. That's what I want. I want them to just get more adventurous with formats. Oof. Okay. Should we get ready to go? Let me just... I'm going to have to toggle score off. We'll turn off Tom logo. I'm going to have to pull... Sorry, I'm just updating the overlay, and then we should be good to go. Uh-oh. What happened there? Oh, wrong one. That's what happened. Like, I mean, Socotra is a good map. I think it's very entertaining. Like I said, I think Socotra would feel better if there was almost like a draft for pub games is the only thing. Because like if someone abuses English or Malians or what's the other third one we said? English, Malians, Rus, right? It's like really, really bad. Like it's really badly skewed one way. Is Empire Wars at the biggest tournament in the every year? I think the thing is, like, if they announce Empire Wars early enough, it can be prepped and adjusted for, right? Like, AoE 2, so, like, this, okay, so this whole argument is, like, it's so different. To my understanding, AoE 2, Empire Wars is only a Red Bull thing, right? It was built for that tournament. Has only ever been used for that tournament. So I'm not against the idea of them finding something unique for themselves and building around it. Right? Like, I would have liked for us to be able to find, and maybe if this would be a cool thing to do for the next Red Bull, is like find something that they can build towards to make their own. So like, yes, we don't like Empire Wars. Empire Wars in its current format doesn't work. What if there's another game mode or something different, right, that could work? Like the 12 villager start example. And the whole idea of like you can't find people to scrim and practice for that kind of stuff, okay, I get you. But if it's the biggest tournament of the year and players aren't willing to scrim, that to me just proves a lack of professionalism. Right? Like, scrimming should be... Like, Marino is right. Scrimming is the best way to prep for a game. You can go test new build orders in, like, a pub environment, but scrims will improve you a lot more. Should we get ready, though? We're going to hop in at the 3-minute mark because this is going to be a fast game. I was just talking about starting games around the 4-5 minute mark, but this might be the exception. Socotra is back, baby. Core is at it. Japanese building a Coca Township against the English might be the wildest thing I'm going to see all day. And I just saw a double wonder game. This is crazy, guys. So out of all the civs to build Coca Township against, like, this is probably the worst one. English Lombos get double damage against Shinobi. You can't even reach your opponent before you die. The timing, however, is going to be quick from Core. The question mark is whether 20 seconds wait is going to be too long of a wait to get a ninja. It's starting to feel like it. Villagers are being pulled. Core. He keeps doing this in the Socotra. He done it to Crackedy yesterday, and today he's trying to do it against Deniskia, rising star on the ladder. Outpost is not being built quick. The villagers are getting the short bows out. Now, this is going to be costly for Core. However, the upside is it's buying time for the Shinobi to come. He cancels it. 2 villagers lost for 1. However, the Shinobi is now spawned. He's on the way. And that means that Deniskia has to run home and build the Lombos back here. Dude, this is crazy. And this is even crazy when you consider that he could have tried to wall, but walling wouldn't have stopped a Shinobi due to their teleportation. I mean, this is the thing, right? Even if you got it up, the sabotage would come through. You can't easily sabotage on the edge of range here because if your opponent's gathering sheep, you will get sniped straight away. But this is cool from Core as an opening. The question mark is what's the follow-up? Apparently, it's to yoink the boar away, and I imagine we'll be seeing a stables drop ASAP here. Wood gathering is not underway right now, actually, from Core. A little bit surprised by that. Is this just fast castle? Yeah, that's crazy. This is just fast castle, right? I mean, free Shinobi's pretty good. Should keep his opponent in his base. I don't think you go more Shinobi here. This would be kind of wild. And by the way, Shinobi don't actually cost that much gold. It's 50. Like, 50 food, 50 gold is really, really desirable. You need 3? What? For Perma Sabo? For Perma Sabo, you only need 2. And it's already been sabotaged. Okay, that was brilliant. Deniskia would have been waiting for him to sabotage at the age up. He wouldn't have expected it pre-age up. So that 15-second blocker is huge considering just how quickly this produces, right? It's a double archery range. You missed out on like 2 Lombos already. And now he's building a Rax. Dude, he's taking the bait. This doesn't work. Your timing is going to be way too slow now. He's not even actively adding in any Lombos. Finally, we get the first queued up. But Core knows everything he needs to. Right, he's already walled the center, which is horrible for English because it means you don't have the short ramp. English are considered like a top 3 pick on this map, maybe top 4 max. The reason is because they're able to take the ball for free. You can't take it against them, or you just die. Lombos are incredibly oppressive because the map's so short. The negative is if your opponent does this, and Core perfectly found the distance to protect his villagers. Oh my god. I really just have to emphasize how unorthodox this is. Like, building Shinobi against English on land is wild, right? Like, I don't think I've ever seen a player do this. It's that tricky. Yeah, Core is a freaking genius. Like, don't tell him I said that, though. His head will get too big. His head will get too big that, like, it'll flop forward and he'll impale himself on a shisha pipe. We don't want that to happen to Core. Core is a gem. So, make no mistake about it. These are not villagers hacking. These are just the Shinobi chilling. Villagers are going to arrive. Cool. Hasn't quite got the food he needs just yet. He's getting close, though. Shinobi is going to get sniped. Because remember, the Lombos get double damage against you. So 12 damage per strike. And Shinobi do not last very long. Let's go to scatter. TC will protect. Lombos can't dive into the gold. However, Core doesn't have much gold to work with, so probably a single mount samurai that he can get out. The alternative is to go into samurai on foot. Man, that Shinobi. Oh, this is so cheeky. He doesn't get away, though. Good reaction by Deniskia. Just about kept vision to get sniped there. It's kind of crazy, though. Like, Lombos counter Shinobi, but if a Shinobi kills one Lombo, it's pretty much an even exchange, right? 100 resources for 90. Floating gate now on the way. No short wall for Core? Like, where? You mean over here? It could have been good. I think he's confident that he can still reach the gold. Like, if this is... Wait, guys. Dude, this does... No, this doesn't even need to be about gold. I think you just drop an archery range. You can actively gather wood. It's really the safest thing, and food as well. Shinobi goes in again. Ooh, he might actually get the kill. One more strike needed. Deniskia, he didn't turn around with that Lombo, so unfortunately he's going to lose another. Really slowing down the tempo that Deniskia is trying to set here. However, Core's positioning on this, I mean, he was always going to struggle, right? It would have had to have been further away down here. So he had to go for the closest to the TC, but the Lombos are able to poke in. Then you put the buff to Blacksmith and get gold back that way? No, because you need units. And it looks like he is going to go for the stables. So this is a very ballsy play. Core is basically saying that one night will be enough to get me breathing room to gather gold. And luckily for him, Deniskia did not add in more spears. So he is correct. Had Deniskia added in 4 spears, I debate whether he'd be okay. Stables drop coming through. And I mean, you could even just get like the Uma Bannerman. Because the Uma Bannerman auto upgrades. And that would immediately deal with this Lombo. Instead, it looks like he's just going to actively add in a Horseman. Well, I mean, I guess like it feels sucky to build an Uma Bannerman when it's a worse mount samurai, but the point is you'd have it now to deal with this Lombo, and then you'd immediately be onto the gold. So I feel like it could have been maybe a bit better to open with Uma. Because remember, you get it in 15 seconds, right? Like a Horseman takes 23 seconds. The Horseman will at least be able to shove away the Lombo, but Deniskia behind this is going for Castle Age. And yes, the TC is not upgraded because Core didn't have the stone. Remember, he got blocked off the gold quite early. He's now going for it, though, so should be able to fix it on a delay. And we have got the dock play coming through. Cheeky, cheeky. Makes a lot of sense, right? Gold is all located on the edges, on the shorelines. So if you get a single archer ship out here, you can block your opponent. Deniskia is, of course, already going for an age up, and he did get a in-gold spawn. So this is kind of rare, actually, to get one this close to your base. A lot of the time, it gets shoved out onto the flanks right up on the coast. Kind of what Core got. So Deniskia actually got a much better spawn from that perspective. This King's Palace placement is nightmare fuel, though. I guess it's because he's worried about the potential for an archer ship to come here. He couldn't drop it near the shoreline because he would have got intercepted. Tree line wasn't thick enough. Didn't want to go beyond it just because there's Mount Samurai coming. So I don't blame Deniskia for doing this. It's just like the state of the game right now forces him to do it. Oof. Oh, not finding the maximum value out of that first Mount Samurai. Does at least keep him alive. And relics are now on the way home. And remember, Core He almost has the second Yoroshiros coming in 30 seconds. I kind of like the idea of actually just really dropping an archer range here. Yumi would give you a flood point. Like, what I'm thinking right now is just getting quantity, because Mounted Samurai alone doesn't feel great. The reason it doesn't feel great is when you're on small maps, mobility isn't necessarily king. It can give you an edge, but there's less opportunities, room to dive, right? Alright, one's if you think Deniski's going to win this, two's if you think Core's going to. Because this kind of feels hard to call. I mean, Core has done really well, but Deniski is playing English. He is hunkered down. Food is eventually going to become a problem for both players. The difference is that English transition farms easily. Japanese do not, when you don't have room to drop them around the primary TC with a Shogunate. You also have to keep in mind, we don't have a Kura storehouse build, which means no free farms to make that transition simpler. So Core kind of has a tricky predicament. And that's also why I was recommending Yumi. Even though there's a potential for English men-at-arms, like, it would give you at least a strike point here. Your issue is that if you keep going Knights, and then you go into Samurai, and you go into Onibugisha, these units are going to drain the limited food you have quickly. Archership is going to show up to be an annoyance. No arrow slits there. Remember, we said that's not a problem for Deniskia. He did get the inward spawning gold. Two more relics on the way home. Cool. He might get them all here. In fact, he's going to get them all, guaranteed. Even actively added in an extra Shinto priest to guarantee it. Villagers. Carrying a little bit far forward here. Movement Bannerman is also being added in by Core. Confident that it's worth the return now. We also have the Tatara on the way. What's the switch going to be? Has to be happening soon, right? I know Core, usually in these formats, does like to play the Knights, spam it a bit. Especially on Socotra, I've noticed he does this, right? He done it to Crackedy yesterday as well. Seems to play Knights a lot off these fast castle builds, which makes sense. Knights feel the most impactful off the back of fast H3 type builds. And it is called the bread and butter of the Japanese. So, I mean, the crossbow's being prepped. Core's got to anticipate that, right? Yeah, but he's going racks. So this has to be what? Onibugisha? Okay, so, like, obviously I need to be careful of my Yumi bias. And someone can call me out if I'm wrong on this, but, like, surely this is just screaming Yumi. We have God vision, right? We always have to be mindful of that. We can see this all, so, like, the idea of Yumi is kind of more obvious to us. But it does feel like Yumi is the play. The reason he doesn't is because he's playing blind. Like, if you check Core's vision, he sees, but he doesn't see everything. So there's always a risk with the racks is that men-at-arms are coming, and if it is men-at-arms, Yumi is just a GG. Dive in, though. Mounted Samurai, what a clubbing! Slow reaction by Deniskia, and he's behind on villagers now, despite the fact he's 2 TC. Oh my god, completely out of position. A mistake made by Deniskia. He was never able to wall, remember, because of this archership play by Core. It prevented him from encapsulating his base. It's a miracle if he even gets this wall up. That damage done. I mean, Core has to be feeling so confident now. 4 relics, 2 villages ahead. Onibugisha now on the way. He sees the spearman count and confidently clicks in for more. I think this is over, guys. Deniskia is going to pretty much play your standard English hunker down strat, and I don't think that works from this position because you're the one that's taking way too much damage, right? Usually the way you can stranglehold Japanese is you, like, after dealing with their attack, you have to go on the offensive and block their gold. Deniski's not doing that. And you are correct. He doesn't have room for farms because that's the whole idea of Socotra. Room doesn't come for free. And he's been setting them up over here. What is that? Oh, God. This poor guy. Just a reminder that Mountain Samurai are not getting nerfed in Season 9. I mean, in fairness, yes, I've talked about this before, and I warned with the Yorishiro nerf as well. Like, is the strategy strong? Sure. But it's all they've got. Right? Japan is, like, this guy who barely is able to sustain his living, who lives in like a one-room apartment. He has to eat the cheapest microwavable meals, right? He doesn't have a wife, despite all the honor he may have in game. Can't even afford a pet. The one thing he has going for him is he got a really good deal on cable TV. You can't be the dev that takes that away from him. Don't take away his cable TV. I personally don't have to deal with microwavable meals. I get a more delicious form of meal, guys. You know what I'm going to say. Exclamation mark protein works. Use my link, get an extra 10% off. Oi, oi, oi. So cool, now he's just massing up. He's going for the blob that we usually see out the Japanese. This is the true 1-2, right? You open with a strong punch and Mount Samurai and follow up with a flood of troops. They're what I call a premium Zerg. Deniskio just trying to fully encapsulate himself here. Still, there's gaps, right? Like the wall down the center. No. And the Ono Bigisha will do a much better job of killing the Mount Samurai. Easily able to slap it down. Deniskio trying to react to this, but with crossbow spears, you're actually counted. Remember, Ono Bigisha beat both of these unit types. Villagers having to shuffle away as well, but not quick enough. And Deniskio, this surely should just be too much damage. The attack speed on these Ono Bigisha makes them a perfect counter. Even with the textiles, it's not enough. We're also talking about a game where Deniskio never got melee defense, which is the counter, the required counter to Bigisha play. And those Bigisha are about to get even more scary. Tier 3 melee tech just came in. You wouldn't actually think that Deniskio had gone King's Palace when you keep looking at the economy. However, when you look at the overview statistics, it makes a lot more sense of the matter. 23 villager deaths. Archerships making it even worse. The farms. No. This is another part about why English feels really good on this map, by the way, is because you can eventually just justify admiralty if your opponent starts building farms along the shores. Obviously, Core doesn't have that, but he still has the reach. More villagers dying, and Deniskio not even realizing as he's distracted in the center. And a Bigisha, Mount Samurai are going to come in. If Core just pulls back the Mount Samurai a little bit, it'd be the cleanest of executions, but he doesn't care. It's an A-click extravaganza. Mount Samurai finally pulled back a little bit. Ono Bigisha are going to take over to run this one through. And Deniskio, he can't hold it back anymore. 16 to 36 military. And a GG immediately afterwards. Cool. Dude, I don't think we've seen this guy lose once on Socotra. I think his ego is going to get too big. His head may simply get too big for him to even live on this island at this rate. Whew. Well done, Mr. Core. What do we label that one? It's to do with the Koka Township opening, right? Because it was funky. What the Japanese need to make them more versatile? True eco options in feudal probably is the biggest issue. Yeah, it's like the early eco is their weakness. They just have to do the predictable thing. It's also toxic because them getting free stone encourages them to play a very campy and inactive style of early game, right? Just outpost up the gold and don't come out. But I think, yeah, the highlight of that one's going to be the fact that he built Shinobi against English. English longbow hard counter ninjas, but that won't stop him. Countered and he doesn't care. There we go. If there's fish on the map, yeah. And like, let's be totally real. There's less and less maps that are gonna have fish on because like fishing, like water is still in a weird place. What was that? Okay, so like, yeah. Actually, I remember that. So what do you guys think about that? So I only glanced pieces of BC's response because I've decided I'm probably not gonna do like a react unless he has an edited down version because he spent 2.5 hours on it. But he mentioned something about having 4 lakes as a water map instead of Holy Island would have been better. And I'm not sure if I agree with that. There's a better map, right? There would be a better map to show off water in AoE4, surely, than 4 lakes. 4 lakes is very much just an extra eco layer. Yeah, dude. That's why I'm like, this is going to get out of control. Like, I was 1 hour. If he's going to be 2.5 hours, if I react, I'm going to be at 4 hours. By the way, he also 1.25 or 1.5 speeded my talk. So yeah, no, dude, like it'll never stop. Dude, that like, and I would become what I've complained about. I've said I'm not a fan of the React meta of YouTube. I think it's like the most anti-creator thing imaginable. Holy crap, I've become part of the problem. It was 1 hour. What mine was, I know. But I'm saying like I saw on Twitch, his was not. I didn't like listen to all of it. I only glimpsed parts of it. And I was like, oof, this is going to be... I don't know. But like I said, I think I went over this at the start. Like in hindsight, listening back to myself, I hope it didn't come out that I was blaming AoE4 for everything. Around the event, I think there was a small vocal minority that dove into like the cesspool of whatever the toxicity was coming out of the Twitch chat from the other side. And I may have made it sound like I was really grilling some people on that. I think my bigger concern is like, I think when Red Bull World LoL first got announced, we were very anti-Red Bull about it. You know what I mean? There were some people looking for positive change, and there were some people like, I remember back when it first got announced, there were some people asking for a boycott already. I'm like, that was, I think, what, like, I think for me, that it was frustrating because that had been sitting boiling for a while. It's like, we need more TOs in RTSs, not less, you know? So I hope it didn't come out like I was attacking the AoE4 viewers, because that wasn't the intent. The intent was to get people to be more positive with their output, right? Like, I know some people in the AoE4 community, they're very positive with their output. They don't want to focus on, like, what they thought was done wrong by X or Y. They want to do what's right. You also were heartbroken? Yeah, because I think AoE4 is a great game, and I don't think, you know, and like, I think it needs the 4 players on LAN to show that, but also it's just like, the Grand Finals was always doomed to do that. I think I said that as well. And like, what matters to me now is like, not how did like Red Bull do this? Like, okay, what do they learn from this? What do they want to do next? And I've already like said to them, if they need someone who has a lot of expertise in AoE4, come talk to me. Because I don't know if it came out... I don't know. I think some people took it arrogant when I said I have more time invested in AoE4 than almost anyone. That's statistically true. Like, by almost. We have, what, 40,000 players or whatever they say. There are definitely people that have put more, like, game hours in than me, for sure. But I am in, like, the top 0.01%? I'd like to think that I know a decent amount about our community and about the game. And also I know a lot about how to run tournaments. So yeah, they like, I'd say I feel like I have a good relationship with Red Bull. So my hopes is that Forg is involved in the future, and I can help steer that to what the community wants, but also what Red Bull wants. Because the goal is a mid ground that fits what both are looking for. You can't have like I keep referencing it right now because I love it. It's like in Billions, he's negotiating with a guy, and the guy is like, "Will I be happy if I got this?" And he just immediately responds with a different number and says, "No one leaves negotiations happy." And I'm like, don't take that in a negative way. What I'm saying there is like, there is what one party wants and what the other wants. And the perfect situation is to give both enough what they want. Emma, I guess we could maybe target like 5 o'clock-ish eat time would make sense, I guess. Do I honestly think AO4 will be at Red Bull World LoL 2025? Yeah? Why not? No more team games? No, Gills, but we should have, I think, probably 2 series to cast on Thursday. Why shouldn't it be, the next Red Bull? I think Myth will definitely be there. I'd surprise if it's not. 1 and 4 just then maybe becomes a more organic leap. I don't know why people like just. I do feel like it's got a bit doomsday. The way I look at this is like I get the frustration around it was like a heavy reset from having 16 players to having 2. And 2 did actually have its own downgrade, right? They were 16 players down to 8. And I know ours was obviously more drastic. But what I'm hoping, and this is what I said when I looked at the numbers, I'm hoping they looked at the numbers and went, okay, actually, it could make sense to invite 4 players, right? I think that, like, that to me is nice. And that also, like, that's the scalability logic that can make sense. We can't expect them to drastically go, let's invite 8 players for all of them now, right? It needs to feel like it builds to a justifiable point, right? You don't, like, dude, if you want to be smart with the way you invest in scenes, you don't, like, in anything in life, you don't invest the whole house, right? Like, you don't put all, like, you know, if you're a stock investor, you don't put all your stock in one play, right? Well, so my point to that, Zybusa, is that's why it's important to have some people that are building connections with them for the 4 community. Like I said, I'd like to think that I have a good relationship now with Red Bull. And I want to help them make sure that the next iteration of AoE4 is satisfactory for everyone involved. That's what I'm gunning towards. Every single thing I do in this scene is to try and make things better for all the people trying to be involved. EGC, Red Bull. Even like with like what Mareka's creating around Age of RTS, I'm trying to support in any way I can. Rising Empires, like I'm always trying to help each reach the next step. That's what I'm asking of people, you know? We can take an anti-X and anti-Y approach, or we can try and find a way to make them part of it. It's really up to people. Red Bull across all co-streams had almost 10,000 views for AoE4. Not sure accurate. So I think the completely compiled numbers put Red Bull... So we checked the peak averages. It was like 40k average. And to my understanding, Target had about 10k. I think Red Bull's primary had maybe 15k. And it was at the end of the day, so that's like quite impressive, right? And then the Germans had 5k. And like, you know, BC probably had 2 or 3k or whatever. Like, it done well. I think it done well. And I think it's worth investing in the spectacle of it. Like, it is a marketing tool for Red Bull. That's why they invest that much. I don't know. Like, I feel like I am now doing a full analysis, but I don't want to because it's going to, like, I'm spending a few minutes on it because we're out to hop in the game. The fun thing I'll say for the moment on it is I remember there's something he highlighted about he'd rather see the money, like, he said he'd rather see the money go into, like, more tournaments or some crap like that, or, like, it doesn't need to be a big castle. Like, it can just be, like, a box arena, or it can be, like, you know, a small, like, LAN caf, or whatever he's going for. The point is, like, Red Bull's not interested in doing that. Right? That's not the marketing move. If you're going to drop $1 million, you're going to drop $1 million on making it a big, grand thing. Makes sense. Yeah, like I agree. There's a lot of toxicity from vocal people in AoE too. I don't think it is indicative of the entire community. Like I said, I know people I met in person were wonderful. It's a shame that got seen. I do think every scene has a toxic arm, and I imagine that's something that like is looking to be addressed for the next event. I do think, by the way, it's so hard to get good moderating staff for these events. I think they had a decent amount of people on board, but like, what I mean by it's tough is like. Anyone who has been like 15 years old and they've looked at like someone who has like mod powers, they're like, wow, that sounds cool. Like when you're looking at Minecraft, so you're like, wow, being a mod here is going to be cool. I can do anything I want. And then you realize you can't do anything you want. And then you realize you have to do all kinds of things. Like I remember when I had loads of online Dota 2 tournaments, they would make me the admin on the channel and I have to manage it. And it was freaking horrible because I just get spammed with people moaning about getting banned and I wasn't even the one that banned them. It is so draining to be a mod. Like, yeah, it is absolutely draining to be a moderator on like Twitch, YouTube, Reddit, whatever it is. It's not as much fun as you think. But let's get into the cast anyway. That's why I have no mods around here. We're completely unhinged. We are going to get some unhinged gamers, though, because we are back for Deniskia versus Core again. Core, on one of his most cozy civs, it is, of course, the Rus and Deniskia playing on the Byzantines. Ooh. Rus Byzantines. That is not a matchup you see very often, right? When Byzantines were starting to make their rise, Rus is still very bannable. Now, no one really cares about Rus, but Byzantines is like a top 2 ban in the current state of the game. So, kind of fun to see what this is going to play out on, because we're on Lipany. It looks like Dry Arabia because the spawns are weird, but this is Lipany. 2 ways to tell. Dry Arabia doesn't spawn cliffs, and also just a mere glance at the map and the berry count tells you that this is Lipany. Mods are gods. True, Bearmorph. Like, you know, you get all that power, and all you have to deal with is non-stop spam in your inbox whenever you don't want it. What a deal. Let me update the title as well, because I think people are maybe getting a bit muddled. Sorry about that. I forgot to update the title. So, for those that are looking for more of the team games, they are going to be featuring on the channel in the coming days and the weeks. So, there's still plenty to come. 2TC, though. This is really old school out core. Right, like I say old school because I feel like a lot of the Rus players at the moment have been shifting back towards the old fast castle builds. Pro scouts even sometimes coming in. Oh, we can do predictions as well. I know you guys like those. So last time it was love. Okay, who will win? Is it going to be Core or is it going to be Deniskia? Deniskia is pretty good at the game, though, right? Like, he's been rising the ranks. He first came to my attention when someone was asking for people to, like, ask for advice on maps and whatever, and a lot of people were mentioning him. He's ranked 102nd in the world right now. Core is about 20th in the world. But Deniskia, it's been quite the rise for this lad from Kazakhstan. Previous seasons, he was ranked, like, 700, 800, 600, 400. This season, he's up in the top 100. This guy has kind of just come out of nowhere. I'm excited to see what's going to happen when we get into maybe some upcoming tournaments. Also, cool to just see some other countries represented. Like, I remember in the later years when I was involved in Dota 2, the Kazakhstanis were really starting to come through. Whereas, previously, like, no one ever imagined it. And I think it's kind of the same, maybe, that we're going to see here. We've seen it with the Belarusians with Anatan. And I might get to see it now with the Kazakhstans. So, Knights are coming out. I like this play from Core. It's one Knight to force a reaction. You don't want to be building more. This used to be a pretty powerful build with the old bounty system because you could garner enough gold to afford your first Knight without ever touching gold. This build's a bit different. I do wonder if he could have went Golden Gate, but I guess the concern is against Byzantines, they will play longbows and they'll be able to block you on your grabs. But he's definitely hunkering down for it. So Fast Castle build it is on both sides, in fact. Difference, of course, is that Disky is behind an economy. Now, he can supplement himself a little bit with the olive groves, with the gathering on the berries, but there's only so much that's going to do for you. And especially once that high trade house comes in, it's going to rocket the Rus economy because of that extra gold gathered. I want to mention the race for relics. Like, one side is going to have Grand Winery to send out the slow boys. The other can play into the Warrior Monks. I do think this is still going to be high trade house. Just because even on a tree line like this, it's probably going to be... I mean, if he comes out here, if he's ballsy about it, he could end up getting probably about 120 gold. If he slaps the bad boy down here, which I think there's just enough room, that's probably going to be about a 160, 170. And remember, you are just eventually going to get those extra tiers with the Rus now. The cool changes around the bounty system nerfed the early game bounty system, but overall, it was kind of a buff to the rest of the game. Now, of course, it's hard to measure that because something to keep in mind, guys, is when you nerf early game, although you may be substantially buffing late game, it's a ripple effect. If your early game is weaker, your presence in the later phase of the game is also weaker than it was. Because you can't build as big of an advantage over your opponent, right? That's kind of the interesting dynamics, is how, you know, it's true in a lot of games. I used to always say it in Dota 2, where it's like early mistakes ripple into bigger problems down the line. Unless you have combat mechanics. And I would say, actually, like, I'm trying to think, guys. Are there many RTSs that have really good combat mechanics? AoE4s is more the defender advantage, right? I guess a lot of RTSs have that. And in fairness, it is usually a pretty good one for AoE4 because you have very strong defenses for the early ages, at least, like outposts, TCs, and keeps eventually. But in the late game, the combat mechanic is more civ-driven. Like, do you have a big edge in Age 4? Palings? Wait, Deniskia. Well, he's going for the Paling's explosion, which isn't a bad idea. Lombo follow-up damage should be decent enough. So ends up losing what? A Horseman, Lombo, made that 2 to kill a Knight. Ends up not being a good exchange. In fact, Core won't even lose the Knight. Yeah, he'll be able to garrison inside and stay safe. Needs to be careful here, though. No arrow slits means that this one Lombo could tickle away at the villagers, and some of them are heavily injured. Losing 1 or 2 villagers won't be the end of the world, though, right? He's already up by over 12 villagers. Other side of this, we have got more groves coming in, so Deniska, no intent to go for a 2TC play. However, all the intent in the world to make it an ego chow with a Cav Civ. Heavy Cataphracts on the way. Okay, this is kind of cool. Core is already anticipating cavalry, though. Or rather, possibly Varangian. Varangian makes a lot of sense. I think this is maybe one of the more tricky things about this play by Byzantines. It has been growing in popularity, but the counter is still the same as it was against Varangian spam, right? Which is you build crossbows. Both of them are rushing towards their relics. You can see Deniski already with the edge, though, courtesy of the fact that he already has the building, and the cost is 150. Meanwhile, on this side, you have to spend 200 wood, and then you have to spend 90 resources more per monk. Not to mention the fact that you have to wait a little bit longer. 35 seconds compared to 30. All right. How did you guys predict? I'm curious now. 68% for Core. Whoa, guys, calm down. All right, we're not on Socotra. It's not a guaranteed win. Cataphracts used more often by pros, especially in team games. New meta has risen. Possibly. Cataphracts can be a little bit finicky sometimes, right? Like, they're very expensive. They're hard to scale. Thank God they at least have a 1.60 movement speed instead of being something a little bit slower. I think Cataphracts have their place. It's not obviously a be-all end-all for every game. Varangian spam is still really strong in a lot of situations. But I especially like Cataphracts when you're playing against a Civ that's also going to play Knights, because Varangian will struggle there. And yours is just much more chunky. I do think the system of the first heal is still kind of a meme. If they wanted to make system of the first heal good, really good, just give an extra level to systems overall. Make it reach a cap of 6 instead of 5. That would make people choose it over Golden Horn Tower. Because Golden Horn Tower, especially when you go Western Contract, feels way too good. And yes, Berries, you're correct. You do get the tier 3 very quick. It is overall, like, Roos have been buffed. Roos, I am excited for the nerfed feeling in the upcoming patch. Like, everyone's going to suffer from the harder to wall situations, but one example where Roos will feel really impacted by Season 9's build speed change is Socotra. Like, Roos are so good on Socotra because they quickly wall the entire map. It now moving up to taking 8 seconds instead of 4 seconds is going to be quite crippling for early walling on that map. Mesh also on the way, so I think we're getting prepped for a dive here. Cool. Funnily enough, is getting into the mangonels. Makes sense. There is a lot of Lombos here. The tough part about being up against Lombos as well is like you can't just now go into spears to counter the Cataphracts, right? It's another thing I like about Deniski's play. It's the same reason why Lombo Horseman is so good in H2. Lombo Cataphracts makes a lot of sense for similar reasoning. The only downside, of course, is obviously the Cataphracts are going to just move way ahead of the Lombos. But it always gives you an immediate counter to spam and to deal with these Catas. Relic Crab complete. 3-2 split. High Trade House. Did you guys get your numbers in? I think it's time to spam those numbers in chat. Decap on the north side. We have got Knights roaming towards the base, and there is no full wall in, so that is kind of a trap waiting to happen there. Lombos are trying to press down here. There's still 7 villagers stuck in the area, and the Cataphracts are going to get the torches out as they dive in. Only 16 damage each, though. The Winter Fortress does have a Spring emplacement, so this is not ideal for Niskia. It's going to take a very long time to kill this. The Spring emplacement is already sniping down the Lombos. He should really be going after the Catas, though. Even Aristotle's getting added in. Yeah, I'm not sure I'm a fan of this approach, right? Like, the thing that can kill you here is the Catas. I guess it's just very hard to kill these guys with Spring emplacement. It's 40 damage against a 360 health unit. Looks like the army needs to react quicker. First Knight is going to arrive. That's going to draw some fire. Second wave is on the way, though. The Cataphracts, are they going to be able to deal with this? With the trample, they could actually just move straight onto the crossbows. And guys, this is another reason why you need spears against Cataphracts, even when there's Lombos. If he sees that mango and tramples onto it, it's dead. Here goes, trample in, sidestep for the crossbows, but not good enough here. Free access onto the mangonel. Siege has been countered. Lombos are being reduced, but so too has the crossbow count. Just 5 remaining for Core, and Deniskia in a very comfortable lead here. Yes, he's economically behind, but the military presence is the threat. So what Core now needs to do is ensure that if he loses these fights, he doesn't now lose the villages. Because he is ahead drastically, right? We're talking about a 30 villager lead here. But militarily, it's looking a bit shaky. These cataphracts are deceptively impactful. Deniskia needs to rebalance his economy because he should have a much bigger military lead here. Final number on the High Trade House was 156. Oh, I lord you. I just saw that number. 1 off. This man knows his roost. Am I the only one feeling like Deniskia done a really good job on that fight, but now he's made a mistake by backing up? He has gone 2TC, but I think you have to go free. We've seen this type of build by Byzantines before, where they try for the hit, it doesn't connect to kill, but it does damage, and then they come back and boom. 2TC is just going to leave you behind, though, right? It's already 2v2. So, would really love to see him just actively gather the stone, go for free. He's definitely got the farm count for it. Beautiful thing about doing this as well is you leverage your food really well, and by gathering all this food on farms anyway, you're still going to end up with surplus resources to build an army via the olive oil. Looks like we have got Limitane on the way. Pretty healthy army, right? Like, Limitane counters everything Core is doing. Weirdly enough, Core is also going for siege engineering. System level is up at 3, so remember that is going to be a nice, healthy 18% buff. So you kind of have to, like, I mean, you could round it up because it's over 50. So 20% on 50 here, right? So that's an extra 10 villages roughly. Not too bad. Obviously, we do have the wooden fortress effect to give 20% more wood drop off, but Core's only got 16 woodworkers. It's very heavy on the food. Blacksmith issues are being fixed. Kazuyohan will be happy to see that. I wonder if Cataphracts is still the play, though. Well, the weird part to me, actually, is, guys, he got teardrop shields and hasn't built anything for it. Right? No Limitane, no Varangian. So you're not building units to utilize this. God, my brain is now like, have I forgotten something about teardrop shields? I'm not forgetting something it does with Cataphracts, am I? Oh, wait, yeah, it's +1. Sorry, yes, I'm an idiot. It's the +1 armor. Against crossbows, though, is that a big deal? I mean, you are pretty chunky, right? Like, I guess it's not too bad in the night affair, but... Does anyone else kind of feel like teardrop shields for Cataphracts giving +1/+1 is... I don't want to see outright underwhelming. I'm going to get a lot of flack for that. But compared to the alternatives, it does feel a little, right? Like, Limitane getting 15% movement speed is nuts. The attack speed for Varangian is great. I guess it is making this unit more difficult to slay, which is very important for this civ. Do you guys ever notice they get different shields, by the way? That's true. It is buffing several. I agree. Like, overall, all-encompassing, great. But for this particular strat for Deniskia, teardrop shields is kind of funky. I really thought he was going to go Limitane because it just counters everything Core's doing. Osman now being prepped by Core. Yeah, everything that Core is doing is just begging for Limitane right now. Deniskia stays the course, though. I think I just realized they have sabers. Wait, are those sabers? I mean, that counts as a saber, right? It's not a scimitar, I don't think. It's not curved enough. This is what I was talking about in my previous video about like the definition of videos being close. You see what I mean? Like, you do feel like you just miss out on so much when you're far out, right? It's tough because whenever you're like trying to create a spectator sport, you want to anchor the view perspective so it doesn't alienate the person. When you swap too much, it gets confusing, right? Yeah, cool. He's in trouble here. Pulls a few militia. 24 crossbows to work with, but the Landsdeck count at 9. If he skips for a second, if he doesn't look, and those guys gap close, whole army goes down. Cataphracts could actually give him the opening. Trample comes through. Reaches the crossbows on the backside. It's going to start a step away. The Lombos need to move in deeper, though. Cool. Could this be the end of him? Deniskia looking very confident in his current position. Crossbows just not able to really kill the Cataphracts quick enough. There's still a decent count of them. 10 in the enemy base. Lombo's now able to trade out the crossbows, and it means that the Cataphracts can look for the economy on the back. Lombos do need to be a little bit careful, though. The Knights are starting to trickle out. Trample now off cooldown. Core can surge again. Does he want to, though? Seems like he's not going to go for it. Instead, he's going to back up a little here. Deniskia. The trample's like... I don't know, man. Like, do you just go for the trade on the backside? The Lombos are going to get dispatched here. And Core... Are you kidding me? Okay, so let's dissect what just happened here. Deniskia, for a start, the Lombos were attacking the wrong unit. They need to be dealing with the crossbows. They were dealing with the front line. The follow-up was even worse because the Lombos camped underneath the Kremlin. The entire fight happened underneath this, with the sprinkle shots popping off. Deniskia took a fight at possibly the single worst place in Core's base. And now, despite the good plays early on by Deniskia, he's a mile behind. The loss of military there. Those Cataphracts are not cheap. The Lombos also not cheap. Remember, these stats here are not indicative of the outcome because Oliver doesn't track in these metrics, right? He expended a lot more to that fight and came out a lot worse for it. Fortunate mistake by Deniskia. He's going to look to go once more, but I have a feeling it might be too late. Horsemen have started to build up, and Core doesn't feel threatened enough to even reinvest. He's stockpiling resources. Imperial Age is about to be on the way for the Rus. And that should just end this game. Like, you're already going to struggle to dive. The keep drop on point from Core means he's not going to be easily dealt with when he goes to this tech. I don't know, man. It's kind of tricky, right? Like, was this keep here originally and we just didn't glance it? You could argue he should have been rotating to the south side, but that's a hard call from his vision. But that's why, like, with the Cataphracts, you split and look, right? Like, I think Deniski's best move there would have been to have taken about 8 of his Cataphracts and ran east and west and just found villagers. Because then you turn it into a macro game, and Byzantines aren't too bad at playing that. Obviously, you're still a bit paranoid about Imperial Age, because Russo won the Kings when it gets to that stage. But you do have ways of fighting back. I do feel for Deniskia, because like this matchup almost looks like it should just be a win for the Byzantines based on what we saw a few minutes ago. But you do tend to rush in this matchup in some cases, because Rus, I've watched them against Byzantines countless times in the late game. Even before the Byzantines got all these nerfs towards the Limitai shield wall and the Costa Streltsy, Rus was still bending them over a barrel. I still think that Lombos is meant to be the answer there, but you kind of run into the same issue which English do in this matchup, which is because of the banded arms, you can't easily counter the Streltsies, but the enemy can counter you, right? So like they can build mangoes against your longbow mass. Tech up complete. Cool. He did go for the high armory, and that banded arms is already on the way. Foreign Engineering Company in response from Deniskia. Correct call here. He needs the volley on the longbows. The extra movement speed on the Landsdex is really nice as well. And of course, Nesta Bees might be a potential MVP. It's going to be hard to utilize against Springhorns, but if your opponent's sleeping and you catch 40 Streltsy with like 4 Nesta Bees, it could just turn a fight. And the Byzantines have a massive farm transition. I mean, I wouldn't call it massive. It's decent. It's 28. But on the other side, Core isn't that far behind, right? He's at 11, and I think this is where he's switching to wood, right? Yeah, 58 people on wood right now. So he's really not that far behind. And for a guy who's this many villages ahead, he can afford to delay that transition. Horseman raid on the backside is going to draw some ire. A few more villagers do get sniped out. Remember, it was never a free TC transition. This get always stuck on the 2. That's why this feels like the game is over, right? Like that Cataphract longbow dive was meant to be a game ender. And funnily enough, it was. Just not the way people would have expected. Now Core marches into the base. Elite crossbowmen. They've got their gold hats in. Lombos trying to defend their home here. Volley has already been activated, but already runs out. And guys, that was veterancy on Lombos. No elite tech. So not as much DPS as he could have got. He needed every little he had. Cataphracts are now trickling out. Landstead are already in it. They just need to start swinging. Streltsy have started to arrive here, folks. With the Bardishis, they can swing pretty hard. Remember, this unit doesn't always go into melee, but when it does, it hits even harder than when it shoots. You're seeing that correctly, 62 damage. Crossbows are going to have to reset, so Lombo's able to get a temporary pushback here, but the Horseman spam is now coming from Core. And this detail, this is the nail in the coffin. The Mangonels aren't counterable now. Deniskia, he needs access to new gold sources to keep pumping into the Cataphracts. He has 2.4k left. No Mango Towers, Timberlane. You have to wait another game for that. Deniskia is an honorable soldier. He'd never resort to OP Mango Towers. It could have helped a bit, right? It's a good call. I think it just kind of got oversighted in this particular game. And now it may simply be too late. Deniskia down to 15 military. The dive is about to reach his olive groves. If this gets shut down, he's dead. It's his only real source of food right now. And with Horseman on the way, I can't help but feel the only thing that can happen is it getting shut down permanently. Mangonel Tower is now on the way, but unfortunately a little bit too late as the Bombards have already started to arrive into the base. Keep is being sieged on the north side. Double Bombard on it means it's not going to last very long here. And I think at this point, Deniskia is just scrambling for a mistake. Core is kind of in a comfortable position though, right? Like when you get this far ahead, you can just kind of stand there doing jumping jacks for a bit, and you still should have control of the game, right? It's a very difficult lead to throw. Has at least got the Mango Tower now, but the Crossbow Mass is no longer there. It's just Mass Horsemen, and the Horsemen, they get in on it. With no castle defense here on the north side, there's nothing to protect. Over half of Deniskia's economy. 45 villages now idle, barely any working beyond that, as he's only got 67 in total. Deniskia, these are the gaps in his gathering he cannot afford when he's this far behind. It's now double the economy for Core. Nice siege under landmarks. Golden Hunt out. Going to be brought down soon. Olival income is also underwhelming, folks. Only 318. We talked about this. Deniskia never really completed the farm transition. 28 is not a late game economy. Meanwhile, on the other side, Core is now up to 44. That's the number you want. Somewhere between 45 and probably 60. With Byzantines, you can lean higher because, of course, you generate the olive oil. He's generating it too slow here. Biology is on the way, but you've already got mini biology as Core. He's got the Boy's Fortitude. He could probably go for the extra unit tech himself with 4k gold. Villagers have to get the shivs out just to defend themselves. I think he even activated the Akrator on some of these, so we'll be able to eventually brush away these horsemen, but at the tail end of the fight, it's going to be another 10 villagers dead. Actually, more than that. It's going to be about 20% of Deniskia's economy likely to flop. What was he at before? Was it 68? Now down to 55. The Bombards now into the primary TC. Damn. I mean, Core is just farming it up right now. Like I said, Deniskia is no pushover. Hitting rank 102, I think he even peaked at something like round 80, is no small feat, right? It's definitely something to be praised. But Core, even when he doesn't have that much time to play, man, comes back in after being missing for a while. He's like, I need to claim that top spot. Maybe he's even going to try to take the #1 away from BC to end the season, because I think we've only got about like maybe 2 weeks left. And that first place spot is coveted. I mean, if BC keeps it, I think it'll be his 5th first place finish in 8 seasons. Villager pool now, but I mean, under Mangonels, the Streltsy nearby, this is a death sentence. Let me know what you think of these guys, though. I mean, it's kind of cool the way that Deniskia played this. An intriguing strategy with the Cataphract Lombos. Didn't quite deliver what he was expecting, but I think the issue is more in execution than idea. Deniskia's ideas seem solid. His approach, I think, is what killed him in this game, and Core's experience carries him through. 6 days left. Yeah, but you don't usually get... does it usually carry straight away? So that's Monday, right? I think. That sounds about right. Okay, so I think we've got time for at least another. Because I said I was going to eat around 5. So at least another half an hour we can keep rocking. Let me see who we've got, actually. God, catching multiple core wins in one day. It's dangerous. Making the early wall instead of the second TC. I mean, I don't think that was the problem. I think he just like diving the Kremlin was a mistake. Also, especially the way he microed it, right? I mean, Core can give his insight, but like my take, like I think Johan said it as well, and I agree with it. Like that dive was a bit ambitious, and then the way he attacked it was weird, because his lombos were dealing with melee units instead of the crossbows. And then Core peeled the fight, so the crossbows were only fighting against the thing they counted, and the lombos were pretty much stuck attacking a Kremlin. Ooh, I like that actually on the title. When I saw this army, I thought for sure I was dead. Yeah, I think he misplayed it, right? It was a really cool idea by Deniski. I think he was so close to killing you there. Longbow Kata army. There we go. All right. But yeah. Well played by Deniska. I mean, he was, like I say, he was close. Next time, Core. Next time. I think Anno's maybe scrimming or something. Must be. He's up to something super secret. Let's see. What else can we look at? In fact, we can check the live ladder, can't we? 12 games win streak, no competition. Whoa. Keep going. Go number one. I actually said that at the end. An opportunity to dethrone Beastie. Go, go, go. I think, like, let me double check. I said I think he's got 4 first place finishes already. I think that's correct. I'm going to double check it, though. Wait, that's the wrong one. Other one. I think it's 4. This would be the 5th if he keeps it. 1, 2, yeah, 3, 4. So this would be his 5th. Gotta give it to him, man. Guy consistent on the grind. Got no shot versus the top boys. No, Core. Believe. Give up on the platinum rank Valorant dreams. Come back. Or have you switched? Oh, wait. Have you switched? Have you become a Deadlock gamer? Dude, I really need to get some more hours on Deadlock. I'm annoyed because I haven't been able to play as, like, much Deadlock at the moment. So, like, I've been playing a lot of Throne and Liberty, the MMO, because I never know when our son is going to start crying or whatever, and Emma's going to need an assist. So, like, I can't play Deadlock because Deadlock is, like, a competitive game that you can't leave the sessions off, right? Or you get abandoned penalties and whatever. Whereas Throne and Liberty, like, if I leave a dungeon in the final room, I mean, someone's going to replace me straight away, and they're going to be very happy because I would have done the annoying crap first. Not really playing anything. Wow. Maybe it's time to check out Supervive. I would probably stream some Supervive this week, but I need to get that new PC build going. Once I have the new PC build going, it'll be much easier. Because last time we tried, like, the performance was very laggy. And I'm an FPS snob. As in, like, frame rate. Work, gym, eat, sleep, basically. Damn. Core's bulking up. He might not be able to beat Beastie in lobby, but he can beat him up in real life. There we go. What are you lifting now, Core? You strike me as someone who goes for deadlift. Or are you just like, or you're just going for like, you're not going bulk, you're just going weight loss, right? Okay. Dude, you know what is a really fun workout? If you've been watching the streams recently, you probably would have already heard me recommend it, because I love it. Bouldering. I'd recommend, like, doing the weight loss first, because obviously, like, if you're heavier, it's harder to lift yourself. But after you've, like, reached the, like, you know, what you're looking for, check out some bouldering. Like, indoor rock climbing, basically. It's really fun. It's a full body workout, and it's a very fun way to work out. And considering what gyms charge you nowadays, it's like not that much difference. Netball is the best. They just stand still in netball for like 5 minutes at a time. I mean, Emma does. She plays defense. I called her out. Sorry. Yeah, we were going through this, weren't we? Actually, you guys know what's really been taking over is like the mini court version of tennis. Paddle? I think it's paddle. Paddle has been growing at a ridiculous rate. I don't know if you guys, like, it's very interesting. I don't know if you guys know the story around how paddle came into fruition. It's really funny. So paddle, here, let me show you guys quickly. It's probably easier if I just have someone to show you. I think it's, sorry, paddle like that. So paddle, yeah, it originated in Mexico. So the whole idea, I haven't like looked deep in the rules. My understanding, as has been explained to me, is it's just like small court tennis, right? With like block-in walls. I don't know if you're meant to hit rebound shots at all. I haven't, like I said, I haven't watched any footage of it. Like someone was just describing it to me on how it became popular though, because it's quite funny. So paddle started to really grow in popularity in COVID. And the reasoning was almost comical. Is that, you know, loads of countries when like COVID was really like a big problem, they had those lockdown laws, right? Like you can't have more than this many people like meeting up. You can't do like public things or whatever. There was some sort of loophole in a lot of countries' laws where paddle didn't break the COVID restrictions. So you could go play paddle without being in breach of the mass gathering laws for COVID. So that's why it grew in popularity. And it grew at a ridiculous rate in a lot of countries. Like Sweden, I think, went really crazy. They have an insane number of paddle courts. France as well, Spain. It's now really growing in the UK. I was talking to a guy who works over at ESL. He's really knowledgeable about paddle because like he's like a former almost national level tennis player when he was a youth, right? And he really got into paddle, and like he's obsessed with it. He's like, I want to try and make this even bigger. So like he's really, really hooked on paddle. He's explained the story of it. It's, like I said, it's quite funny. Like it's just taken over, man. I should probably try it at some point. I've seen some random in the countryside. There you go. Yeah, Baltin. Like this is the type of stuff he's talking about. Like Sweden apparently just went crazy and built courts everywhere. You know what the other one that was quite... Actually, like, I don't know how big handball got in the end. Because I remember in, like, was it 2010-ish? This was getting hyped up as the thing that was going to, like, take over and be basketball size. You guys remember that? Yeah, handball's still small, right? But do you guys remember the hype that was being built around it in, like, maybe 2010? There was a lot of critics saying that it was going to be the next big thing. The one that always looked cool to me... Was it Gaelic football? No. What's the one where... There's one where you, like, have... Is it lacrosse? I think it's lacrosse. No, it's not lacrosse. So, it's like lacrosse, but yeah, it's this. It's, so, like, you basically you could use your hockey stick to pick the ball up and then, like, carry it. Sort of thing. Hurling. It's hurling. This looked crazy. I remember when I saw it, like, this is just ice hockey without the skates. Which you'd think is less violent, but my understanding of the rules of hurling, it's not less violent. It's more violent. This is like rugby meets hockey. Alright. Shall we cast another game? I think I got another one in us. Voldemar. Ooh. What's the kid up to? Who's he queued into? Oh, my commiserations, mate. You got Cal. Oof. What is this? Wait, dude. No, Voldemar, no. He's not struggling to find a 2v2 teammate this badly, is he? Actually, no. Okay, I shouldn't do it. His head will get too big. Cal ranks reasonably well. like Cal has actually started to play a few different civs. It's like, so it was quite funny because when we were in the castle in El Renado, Cal was playing a few games on the ladder, and he was playing Delhi versus English, or whatever. I just remember that game because it was like Puppy Paw, Wham, and me all essentially coaching him, telling him what he needs to do next. We were just all taking it in turns, like, yeah, this would be the next step. And like Cal, dude, like Cal played such a clean Delhi game. It was mwah. Ugh. Yeah, he's right now ranked 490th in the world. Like, he consistently posts most seasons around 450 to like 650. And he has some where it's like lower, like he had season 5 is really bad down in Diamond. I don't know what happened there. But he's been expanding beyond like French and English. He's been playing like a bunch of Delhi in particular. Which, I mean, if you play, like if you learn to play Delhi well, I think you can actually grind up to like top 200, right? I think that's a fair statement. Delhi's really good on the ladder. Okay, so we won't cast that. Cause searching, so we might find a game in a sec. So we'll give him un moment. Or un moment. By the way, someone I was wondering, with Nomad, this doesn't use the... Does this? I never checked. Does this use the regicide rule set? And if so, if not, why not? Right? I think this is just the normie one without regicide, right? That's kind of sad. Wish this was regicide if that's the case, because it's better that way. Okay, so what does everyone think about like increasing the villager start on free-for-all to 12? On Nomad. It is regicide? Okay, that's good then. Thank you, Holland. Like, how do people feel about the idea of like increasing the villager start though? I think the start is unnecessary. Yeah, like maybe 12, right? Because you have to build your TC anyway. You have to run around the map. It would probably decrease the RNG feel on average because you like have more vision, so you'd be able to make more choices. Yeah, you don't get me wrong. You need a start of like until the TC's built or something you can't attack or whatever. Which I think I don't know if Drongo's mode is going to have. I can't remember if Outback Octagon has that, but we've had iterations. I think I'd be okay with like a 4-minute peace timer with 12 villager start. I think that's pretty tame, right? Oh, sorry, you can attack from minute 1? There have been some tournaments that had the peace timer at 5 though, right? And I think they did also recently update Nomads so that China and Juji don't build their TC faster, right? Am I remember that correctly? I remember reading that somewhere, that their build speed doesn't enable until after they've built the town center, which was a really good change. But I really like the idea of like no villager attacks. Or a better way of doing it, I don't know how codable it is if English villagers couldn't bow attack until they have built their TC. That would probably be good enough to fix a lot of the problem. Right? They can't? Okay, they did fix that then. I wasn't sure about that. Because like I host custom lobbies and I don't think that has that in. Can't bow attack before... Oh, okay, nice. That's good then. Alright. Awesome. Someone else already had the idea. I'm glad. Because I think that was dumb. The China... Okay, it got introduced together. I haven't followed like the quick match meta of free-for-alls. We kind of done a lot of free-for-all stuff at the start of the year, and people didn't seem too interested, so then we took a break from it. But I'm glad to hear that all works correctly. So, Core is not finding any friends. He's lonely. But ooh. You know what? So, like, I'm not sure if we'll do it on Thursday. We'll maybe see if we have enough people. But we might do community games Thursday or Friday this week. Because I really had a lot of fun last weekend with them. And I think a lot of people did as well. We are definitely doing a lot of Socotra free-for-alls, by the way. Socotra, I'm surprised Socotra isn't an Outback Octagon. I mean, it's got spawn issues is the problem, I think. But some things I want to try. I noticed a few game modes in here. I'll test them probably off stream, so don't bore you guys now. But this sounded really cool to me. The Conqueror, destroying buildings, now conquers them. So you can get other civs techs and units. Doesn't that sound cool? That sounds really dope. I think that would be a lot of fun on a free-for-all. Right? Could you imagine? Okay, now your brain is like cooking, right? Because you're just thinking of some of the landmark combos. Because you can get, I think, I need to double test it, but I'm pretty sure this means you can get landmarks as well. And if that's the case, I'm just thinking like maybe a Byzantine player built a hippodrome and you are playing Ruse of Mass Horse Archers, or Manga Diet maybe, like all of a sudden it's not the limitations of Byzantine olive oil. You are the proper Civ doing that. There would also be things like Kurultai buff, right? Like Kurultai buff with Gilded Knights or Gilded Lanzknecht. Or wait. No. No, you're already onto someone horse, but the wrong way. You're coming to the wrong conclusion. You play Mongols, you take a Delhi stable, you build elephants, and you get Khan Hunter. Because apparently the Khan Hunter buffs the Tusk range. I don't know why. I mean, I do know why. It buffs mounted cav, is what it says, right? So like, if you have Tower Elephants, it buffs both values because it's like, oh, that one's correct. The other one, I don't think Boom Age was. I don't find this intriguing, like locking the tech timings. But there was another one that I need to test out, which is Hide and Seek. I'm curious what Hide and Seek is like. If he has extra mechanics in it, it would be interesting. If it is legit just vanilla hide a villager, it's gonna be boring. I don't know if I've got hosts in here or some other modders, but I was thinking actually something I'd really love to see this game have. I don't know if any of you guys have played Probe versus Zealot or Sheep versus Wolf. These were game modes in StarCraft and Warcraft. And the whole idea is that you have these sheep or these probes that run somewhere on the map and they build a base. And it's like towers and houses to block or whatever. So like the Probe versus Zealot one was like you could build defenses to defend yourself. The Wolf versus Sheep one was you mainly just built houses to block the wolves. And the whole idea is you have to keep building to block them to stay alive, right? So it's just kind of a survival game. Really simple concept. I don't know how feasible it is in the AoE4 engine. I need to talk to the modders about it because that, to me, I think that would be a really fun game mode. I think those are the type of quirky things that are missing, right? Like, I'd love to have those type of things more frequently. Triple kill, maybe we'll do another triple kill because triple kill was quite fun. But yeah, like I noticed there hasn't been that many game modes added recently. I don't know. I feel like when we were doing a lot of our custom games, the modders almost felt more enthusiastic about creating mods. Like I'm not taking all the credit, but like I think there was some that like really went gung ho. Like Hosen, I remember he was like over the moon, just adding new things. It's like maybe we can help out with that, like re-inspiring them. Wait, you're gonna queue into Crackedy? That poor guy. I will be featuring this in some upcoming tournaments. So, I am prepping the announcement for our tournament format, and I'm aiming for probably Friday or the weekend is what I want to do. So we're prepping, like we're sorting all the details now. I've got a team to sort these things. I'm really excited to share the deets with you guys. This is, I truly believe that this is the thing that's like missing in AoE4 to build a baseline. Instead of us hopping tournament to tournament, we are really going to be like gunning it for them. So like we're really going to be gunning to fix that gap. So for those who don't know, like tuning in, haven't seen it before, what we've been planning is we've got 30 weeks of tournament play coming. And I'll talk more about it on Friday. But there's 30 weeks planned. A lot of money collectively actually across those 30 weeks has been budgeted. And it's going to be a great way to actually provide content in the midweek. It's going to be a great way for players to farm ATR, which I know is something they've been vying for. And I think it's also going to be a good way of inviting people into drafting and competitive formats that aren't familiar with it, which is a really big gatekeep issue that isn't intended, but does naturally happen when you think about people who are making it in tournaments versus people who aren't, right? You inherently build a knowledge base that you can't compete with just by playing quick matches. The coolest thing, though, and I'll definitely share more details on this for Friday, is the way that I'm structuring it there's going to be a really cool balance incentive between playing pub games on the ladder and playing these tournament games. So I'll explain that more when we have the graphics and everything prepped. Is this a cinematic recovery arc? What, of Crackedy? Is it time? Is he doing it? Has he done it? Oh, no, it's Bob. Oh, actually, yeah, Core did say... Who the hell's Bob? Who is this? Is this even, like, a high-ranking account? Core's rank 15 in the world. Is he bullying rank 1500s? I mean, it's a Delhi mirror. Do we really want to subject ourselves to such torture? Probably not. Oh, yeah, Crackedy. We saw the rage quit. Not the 2-minute rage quit. I should have shared that with people. You had 200 to 1600 ping. Oh, no. Okay, I'm just going to say the obvious. Why are you playing on Vodafone Wireless? Bro, competitive games. Bob is scatterbrained? I don't think so. Scatterbrained isn't from Estonia, right? I think scatterbrained was also from Belarus. So I don't know who Bob is, but they are ranked 85th right now. I mean, I'm going to be real with you, Crackedy. Streaming on a wireless while also playing on wireless probably didn't help your chances of winning, you know? This is where Craig's like, yeah. Poor guy. Oh, dear. Oh, Crackedy, I was just saying, man, like, you ever considered contacts or laser tech? You got a good shaped face. I didn't realize it until you took I called them the librarian glasses off, you know? Like laser eye surgery or like contacts. I think it'd be a good look for you. I mean, when you're out socializing, I would not ever recommend contact lenses when gaming. It's horrible. Have you only had them have you only had them for a year? I feel like when we met in Heidelberg the first time ever, you had glasses, or am I misremembering? I could have sworn. Oh, you're right. Actually, no, because I sent you the picture. Yeah. No, you're right. I'm misremembering. I think it's just because you went through like the 2 phases, right? Because I think you had the same glasses as me, and now you have the more anime like scientist glasses, should we call them? I think that's the correct name for them. Yeah, guys, I found some photos. You guys want to see? You want to see the photo? Oh, what's that? Let me open it. What a photo. You guys ready? The boys. The boys. Look at them. In all their glory. Ah. The memories. Oh, bless him. Drongo got a Red Bull in his hand? Same. Oh, wait, you can't see it, can you? Ready? Same. I got one in each hand. So, yeah, I told you guys the story about, like, Drongo at this freaking event, right? So we both had, like, I shouldn't call it throat AIDS. That's the wrong eye. But, like, both of our throats were screwed at different points, right? Mine was screwed from almost the get-go. I think if you go back and listen, you can still hear it in my cast to this day. Like, I don't know. I don't think I was at peak casting there, but I think I done it the event justice, right? But like my throat was cooked. But Drongo started to get an issue like in the final for 2 or 3 days. And like I went to Drongo, I was like, okay, so keep drinking the herbal teas, which Mareka's making us, they're great. But like just for a day, limit yourself to like maybe 1 Red Bull. Because like this will help. Trust me, this will help. Because like the thing about Red Bull, and I love drinking Red Bull, freaking delicious, but it's caffeine, and caffeine dehydrates you. And if you have a sore throat, that's going to make it worse. It's like, oh yeah, that's a fair point. Yeah, you're right. I think you're right, KP. I'm not gonna drink it for like a day. Good lad. Like, trust me, you'll feel better about it. You already got your caffeine injection for the day. You don't need more. I walk away for 10 minutes. When I turn around, what's in this guy's hand? Cactus-flavored Red Bull. I was like, you know what, dude? You know what? Like, screw you. Your throat can die. It is not my problem anymore. Oh my god. Look really good here? Oh, thank you. Did I... Both Crackedy, Winston, and KP. All three very nice. Wait, Fat Flop. Wait, Fat Flop. That's not Winston. Dude, that's Drongo. What? What happened here? Oh dear, oh dear. Mind you, I don't know. Like, I don't know if I look in better shape at that event or 2 years later. I really need to step up my like get fit, get in shape regime. I don't feel proud of like the progress I've made recently. But like, yeah, guys. So like, if I get down here. I almost feel chubbier. I don't know why. Fat shame myself. Don't mind me. Yeah, no. That would be Winston. They do both like the bit, but they're quite different looking. Look at him. He's so happy, man. Look how happy I make Winston. That's all me. There's like, and it was this big? Oh, yeah, it was. I should have like some caption these things, right? That'd be great. Corporate wants you to find the difference in these pictures. I mean, I think I put on some weight actually since 2022. I don't know. That's why I need to up my climbing. I kind of want to go climbing twice a week. Happy Winston puts... Yeah, right? Like he's so wholesome looking when he's happy. You're like, oh, look at it. You just want to shelter him and protect him. And then you realize that it's the developer that's probably read what some people have said about development decisions. And it's like you realize it's too late to shelter him. He's reached the dark zone. Alright. Oh, our food is ready. And I did say I was getting off of 5. We didn't get that game in the end. But, I mean, I don't mind. I like when we have these type of talks. I like actually mixing it up. I want to find more ways of mixing it up in the streams. Instead of just casting games. I think today felt really good because we had the team games and then we had the 1v1 games, right? So I don't think I'll catch the Bob game now. I don't think people are too disappointed in that because it's Dome of Faith versus Dome of Faith. And we probably don't need more of that in our life. Right now, people are internally screaming because they've experienced Dome of Faith in their games. So what I think we'll do, we'll probably raid through to Crackedy. Look at me. Raiding his Vodafone internet. Unless... Maybe... I was thinking because I cast his games, maybe we'd raid through to Deniskia, but I don't see him online, so I think he went off. So... I guess we'll raid Crackhead.
If I gun.
Dude, oh my god, guys, look at his
gun?
face. He looks so worried. He looks so... There's some... I think he's looking for his
is it
Spotify,
fun?
but he has a look on his face that says...
Or is it just not visible?
Core's already queued. He can't hurt me. I watched KP stream to make sure he can't hurt... But he's still not sure. Do you see it in his face? He's still not entirely convinced that somehow Core isn't just going to appear out of nowhere. Right? Like, okay, guys, I'm going to read through. What you need to do is all caps type to him. And you need to be like, look out. Core already won his game. He's coming. Go through to him now. Have some fun with Crackedy. I will be back Thursday when we catch up on the 4v4 tournament games and probably some community games, as well as Friday when we'll announce our format of 30 weeks of esports action. Thank you for tuning in, guys. I'll see you in the next one. Reminder, tell him that Core has already finished his game and to watch out. I'll see you all later.